Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature. And thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful Monday morning. As you can see, we are in the lovely Okokoyo in Namibia, and it is already such a beautiful day. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and I'm super excited with all of you for whatever today may bring for us at all of our locations. But of course, if you love a good quiz, if you love a good challenge, today we'll be having a bit of a new challenge, a bit of a mix of two of them that we have done before. So we'll do Afrikaans animal names, but I will be putting them in some anagrams for you. So it's going to be a double whammy. But before we delve into that, remember we are live. And this is, of course, an interactive experience, because what else would a safari be if we cannot have some good discussions? So please do send through your questions, your comments, your suggestions, anything you might have throughout the day. And, of course, your answers when I throw you a bit of a quiz. But for now, we've got some beautiful impala rams. Looks like, yes, it seems like a bachelor herd. Odd day to be having a bachelor party, but what do I know? And I've been anxiously looking for some impala lambs, but none yet. It's very rarely that we actually see impala females here. Every now and again we just see a small heron. It's not like where we in Djuma and some of our other locations see those big groups of impala. So we shall just enjoy the boys, see if they make some noise, have some rutting behavior going on, but it seems like they are pretty peaceful for now. Alrighty, so as I mentioned and as you saw, it is a stunner of a day in Okokoyo. But let's take a look at today's weather and see what is going to be happening today in all of our locations. I think we can live with it. Seems like Madikwe is going to be the hottest, so it will be a good idea for them to just hang around the water holes, I think. Luckily, we are in the very fortunate position to just always be at a water hole. Of course, here in the lovely Okokoyo, as well as Gowrie Dam in Djuma. And we just wait for the animals to come to us. But as you can see, these impala have no interest in water right now. It's all about the green grass. And even though Okokoyo has transformed almost overnight, you can already see there's some brown patches coming back already, because a lot of the animals have been, of course, enjoying the grass, the flowers and everything. But if we don't get some rain soon again, it will transform quite quickly again. Jamie, good morning. So good to hear from you, and thank you for your comment. You are saying you did not know that Okokoyo could be this green. I know it came to a surprise to me as well, And yes, it's been looking like this probably for the last 3 weeks or so. But as I say, we'll definitely need some rainfall again, just to keep it up, because the animals do enjoy all of the greenness, the lushness. But of course, the rain has to constantly keep, I almost want to say, rejuvenating the vegetation. So hopefully we'll get some rainfall again. I was really hoping we would get a proper storm yesterday, as there was some heavy clouds pooling in, but sadly it did not happen for us, but that's all right. We just get to enjoy the animals, the sunshine, the impalas showing each other some brotherly love. Of course, this is one of the animals that Aloe groom as well. So they are very, very set on cleaning themselves. Especially in the rain season, you'll see they have these beautiful glossy coats. And that is thanks to the oxpeckers as well. But as I say, they do help each other out as well and groom one another. It's also a form of bonding. I wonder if they ever remember each other. Like if one, let's say one of these take on a harem of its own this season. Is he going to remember them? Is he going to check in with them? Will he introduce them to his girlfriends? What will happen? But of course we'll never know. That is one of the beautiful but sad things about nature, is we don't truly understand even a little bit about what's going on out here and why it happens the way it does. And it will always remain a mystery to us. Of course, we get to observe them and interpret from our perspective why they might be doing what they do. Oh, look at your fluffy tail. It's so beautiful. He's really making sure he's nice and pretty if there are some ladies that show up. And we've got a zebra. No, that's a springbok, sorry. Sorry, it was behind the bush. I just saw black and white. My apologies, you see. We are going to see a lot of mystical creatures today, if that's what I start like. Darcy Miller, good morning. So wonderful to hear from you as always. You are saying you are looking forward to the quiz. I'm glad you are, Darcy Miller. And of course, it's as per your request yesterday. You wanted to know when we will be doing another Afrikaans animal name quiz. I think if we delve into the rest of Afrikaans dictionary that is not pertaining to animals, it would get very wild. So I will not be doing that. Do not stress. But how it's going to work is I'm going to use an Afrikaans animal name, and then I'm going to give that as an anagram, and then you guys have to decipher that. And you can either tell me in Afrikaans or in English which animal it is. Oh, they are really loving those green and lush pieces of vegetation. The tree is not really something to something to look forward to. However, you can see they are enjoying the grass. Of course, impalas are mixed feeders, so they'll feed on both grass and leaves. So they are not pure browsers, they are not pure grazers, they are mixed feeders. Alrighty, so listen up. The first anagram for today is Feb Flu. What animal is that? It is an animal we did see this morning on Sunrise Safari. So Feb Flu. And remember, it's the Afrikaans name of the animal. and it's in an anagram, so you have to decipher it and see what you can do with it. But the first one is Feb Flu. What is that? We did see it this morning on Sunrise Safari. If you struggle a little bit too much, of course, you know, I will give you some extra clues. I can give you another extra clue, but it's going to make it too easy. So I shall wait a bit. I believe in all of you. I know you can figure it out very quickly, because you always do with the quizzes. I have no doubt that you will get this one in mere seconds. So let me know what your answers to that first Afrikaans animal name. Woo! We've got our first Abdom stork coming in. Hopefully all of them come now. Then we can see the black plague again, like we did yesterday. Yay! If you did not join us yesterday, it was absolutely incredible. All of the Abdom storks just came in at once, and it literally looked like this black swarm. Initially I thought it's quillias, but of course, you know, looking closer, they were much bigger, and it was all Abdom storks. Why are we landing there? What's happening over there? You see, now I'm curious.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Just beautiful. So if you look carefully, every now and again you'll see a bit of movement amongst the rocks. Those are the banded mongoose, and it's interesting with them. Sometimes we'll go weeks without seeing them. Of course, you know, they are small, so it can be tricky to capture them on camera. But then we'll have a couple of consecutive consecutive days where we see them quite regularly. And as you can see, they're all just busy scouting for some food. Sadly, they do eat eggs as well from birds such as Egyptian geese, lapwings, if they do get a hold of those eggs. And even monitor lizards will eat their eggs as well if they are in fact able to find it. But as I said, they are very tenacious little animals, so they are able to take something down. And again, these are the banded mongoose. They've got these beautiful stripes on their bodies, which is of course the bands. It's not like they actually have a rock band or a metal band or something, and they give performances. That would be very cool though if that was the case, but sadly that is not the case. But you can see they are also, just like the Abdom storks we've been seeing, they are gregarious. They will live in big groups. And often you'll see them, just like the dwarf mongoose as well. You'll see them on a termite mound just catching some sun, trying to heat up for the day. Just making sure there's nothing in that log. Food can of course be anywhere. They really are very wow. They are checking absolutely everywhere they can. Darcy, Miller and Michelle, as always, you guys are on it. You are saying the answer to the first anagram for the Afrikaans animal name is buffalo. Yes, Feb flu was buffel, which is spelled B-U-F-F-E-L. Buffel. It's very similar to the English, of course. I did not want to make it difficult and so challenging from the get-go, so if anyone else got it too, well done. You guys are absolutely amazing with this. I don't know why I even do these quizzes. You guys always seem to get the answers, but we'll see if we can make it a little bit tricky today. Maybe we'll throw in some birds as well. And as always, if you do hear some additional voices, those are the actual visitors to the Ukukoyo camp. Just behind the camera, there's a campsite, beautiful campsite. And of course, the visitors get to embrace and see all of this for themselves in real time. But of course, we are also live, so even though this is a virtual safari, we also get to experience everything happening in and around this beautiful waterhole as it is happening. Oh man, you guys camouflage so well. just beautiful. It's always incredible, you know, how you never know what's going to happen. As I say, I can watch the mongoose all day long. And there really is so much life happening here, you know, even though we haven't seen elephants in forever. I myself have not seen a black rhino in quite some time here in Ukukoyo. There's always life, whether it's the European bee-eaters we hear calling, or the Abdom storks, or, you know, all of the other birds that are also vocalizing so beautifully. There's always something happening. Alright, speaking of the storks, let us get back to them. See what they are up to. Oh, they chose the tree. So these beautiful blackbirds we are seeing, we've been seeing them probably for the past week or 10 days or so. And they've slowly been arriving. They are migrants. So they follow the rain. They are gregarious. Yesterday we saw a flock of at least, I'm guessing, 1,000 to 2,000. And no, I'm not over-exaggerating and being dramatic as usual. That really was the case. It seemed like this black plague of insects or something that just arrived, and all of them were the Abdom storks. But it seems like for now they are just heating up for the day, and then they'll most probably come down to the waterhole. That doesn't even seem comfortable. I don't know about all of you, but I don't know if I want to... Oh, no, no, no. You see, I would fall flat on my face. This is why I'm a human being and not an animal. All right, but in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Mr. Ben to say good morning to all of you beautiful people.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Madikwe Game Reserve and a couple of elephants who seem to be playing hide and seek with us behind that acacia. Just 3 that came down for a drink that we've seen so far, but they only arrived a couple of moments ago. They had a very quick drink and now they're hiding behind the bushes, but you can see it is quite thick here. If they're not actually having a drink, they do disappear. Ah, here comes another one. I thought that was a rather small herd. There we do have another one, and there's the big female at the back that came down originally. But what a fantastic way to start a Monday morning. It is a very warm day. You can probably see in the background, if at some point you will see that we have got clear blue skies pretty much above Madikwe for the first time in about a week. We've had a lot of overcast weather and we have had some rain, which is why there is so much water in this little dam here. It's a seasonal pan rather than a dam as such. There you go. Look at that lovely blue skies. So it is going to be warm today, and Madikwe does have a lot of elephants. So I would expect that little dams like this are going to have a fairly regular influx of elephants during the day, coming to quench their thirst, replenish some of those body fluids. But my name is Ben, and on camera with me, as always, up here in Madikwe, we have Igor. There he is. And yes, so Madikwe, in case you don't know where Madikwe is, we're up in the northwestern province, which is close to the Botswanan border, close to Gaborone. And it's sort of a mixture of Kalahari red sand thornfelt. So very few sort of large trees in comparison to the low-felt And I'm not sure about Amakhala, having never visited there, what the landscape is exactly like. But a lot of sort of scrubby trees and bushes here that aren't particularly high, very thick, dense vegetation in places, but a real oasis for animal life. We've got about 70,000 hectares at our disposal here, which obviously, unfortunately, we cannot cover all of it. But you don't have to go far to find elephants in Madikwe, that is for sure. And if you do have any questions or comments you'd like to pose to us about this area or anything that we are seeing today, please do send them through. We love hearing from you. We love answering your questions. Otherwise, sit back and enjoy the views. Morning, Kim. Thanks for the question. Well, it's a bit difficult to sort of give you a specific answer to that because remember, Djuma is just a portion of the northern area of the Sabi Sands, which is a part of the Sabi Sands Nature Reserve, which is a part of the Greater Kruger National Park, which is a part of, and so on and so forth, even open into Mozambique and into Zimbabwe. So it's very difficult to give you a full a comparison because obviously you're only seeing very much a snapshot, whereas Madikwe is a self-contained unit, a very large one at 70,000 hectares. The Sabi Sands Nature Reserve, I'm trying to remember what it is now, I think it's also around about the same size, but it also has no fences on three sides of it. It's open to the Manyeleti in the north, it's open to Kruger in the south and Kruger in the east. So it's difficult to say for sure. The elephant population in Kruger at the moment, I'm not 100% sure, but it's, I think, sort of closing, well, around the sort of 20, 22, 25,000 elephant mark. But here in Madikwe, we have about 1,600 elephants, which is quite a lot for 70,000 hectares. And you can see there the influence they have. There's a lot of dead trees here, a lot of skeletal trees that have been ring-barked or pushed over and killed by the elephants. So obviously what you see on Djuma is just a snapshot. Some days we see no elephants. I've been on Djuma before where we have, I haven't seen an elephant for like a week on Djuma, and then there are other days where I've probably seen 10 different herds in 1 3 or 4 hour game drive. So it's hard to give you a direct comparison. They come and they go depending on sort of seasonal resources. I mean, there are a lot of mature marula trees in Djuma. We don't have any here as far as I know. So in this time of year, there are lots of elephants around Djuma because there are lots of mature marula trees producing fruits. And there's nothing to stop an elephant that you see in Djuma ending up in Zimbabwe or Mozambique if it chooses to. It's unlikely to go that far, in fairness, although bulls do range over very large distances. But females and youngsters generally don't travel too far. Remember, elephants aren't territorial. They have what we call a home range, which is an area that they don't defend or they don't scent mark, but they will spend most of their time within that area, but are quite happy to move based on resources. You can see these elephants look as if they've just relaxed a little bit and taking time out in the shade of this Tamboti tree. You can see this female at the front, who I assume is the matriarch. She is the one leading the way. And quite a mature animal by the look of it. She's got a very wide head. Now we just need to obviously be respectful of what they want to do. There is an elephant path that goes sort of in front of the car and disappears into the bushes. And so these are not Sabi Sands elephants, because as I said earlier, they tend to stay close to that area for quite a while. So in there they're very habituated with vehicles. These ones are habituated, but not quite to the same level. So until I learn these elephants, we'll certainly give them a decent amount of space. It's having a scratch of the underside of her trunk there. Yes, we've had quite a few elephants come and join us now, probably sort of hidden on both sides of the dam and hidden in the bushes behind them. There's probably about 10 or 15 individuals now, so this herd is very spread out. They seem to be coming from the north there, through that fairly established pathway, having a drink and then sort of systematically working their way around the dam to this near side where we are. And they obviously like this shady spot behind that Tamboiti. You could even see how smooth the tree has been rubbed. It's coated in mud from when the elephants would have been having little mud baths and then scratching up against the tree. But it seems like quite a lethargic Monday morning out here. You can see that. I wonder how many elephants have rubbed up against that tree. It must be countless hundreds of individuals. It was interesting to think, imagine what these trees have seen and experienced in the hundreds of years that they've been standing in this spot. A little bit of movement there. Another one sort of stuck its head through the bushes, and the big female decided that she was going to go that way, whether she took exception to something and is just doling out some quiet discipline. I'm not quite sure, but they seem to have ducked into the bushes now, having a discussion amongst themselves. You can imagine walking in this area, you have to be very, very switched on. Very thick. Nina, they always make everybody's day, I find. They're so active and they are so graceful and yet so powerful when they need to be. So emotive. Incredible animals. Well, this youngster looks like he might be making his way down for a drink now. There was a young bull as well who's just sort of finished on the other side of the dam, and he may pop into view at some point. But incredible, we know that there's about 10 or 15 elephants here, and they step into these sicklebush thickets and they just disappear. It's weird, like walking into thick fog. They just disappear in front of your eyes. They're saying if you were walking in this area, you want to stay out of these sicklebush thickets because it would be very easy to just walk around the corner and potentially quite literally walk into the backside of one of these animals. But we always say when you are walking in the bush, your most important sense is your hearing. Our vision is compromised by all the vegetation here, but when an elephant is feeding, you can normally hear branches moving, or you might hear some grumbling, or possibly even them passing wind, because they do that quite regularly. The snapping of a branch, the rustling of some vegetation might be the only warning you get, and it's very easy to suddenly find yourself in the midst of a herd of elephants if they're spread out and feeding. And that is not a place that you generally want to find yourself. Breeding herds are normally okay to view from a respectful distance, but what you don't want to do is inadvertently split up a mother and a calf, and then if the calf suddenly reacts and gets a fright, that is not a good place to be. Oh, are you going to do some pruning, some gardening? Just had a little nudge of the tree and has decided that it's too much effort on a hot day like today. We're going to have a scratch along the side of the head, maybe. So I don't see or hear the rest of the herd. They've obviously wandered into these thickets now. There is a road behind us, but they haven't popped out and crossed the road. We did see a big elephant bull a little bit earlier who crossed over. I thought he might come down for a drink, but we haven't seen him. But so there is a lot of standing water at the moment after the rain over the last few days. So there's lots of nice little sort of mud puddles for them to dust bathe in or mud bathe in, toss mud on their backs, under their bellies, just to help them try and keep cool in this oppressive African sunshine, which is really building up some momentum today. Unfortunately, there's not a great deal of shade. Thankfully, we have a coming in under the roof and slowly roasting my right arm. We are sun creamed to the max. We've got some zebras. All quiet at the dam now. We've got a little group of zebras in the distance. So that's the road that we access this area on. And behind them is that ridge line that runs sort of east-west through all of Madikwe, and a bit somewhere in there is an area called the Bat Caves, which sounds very exciting. I should have worn my Batman t-shirt today. But it's a lovely area where the sort of natural cave has been carved out, and there are lots of bats living in there. We are going to go and have a look at it at some point. I'm just not sure. Being so close to the rock face like that, I think we may struggle to get sufficient signal. We won't know unless we try. There's some of those dead trees. Telling about any of the big trees here do tend to get destroyed by the elephants or struck by lightning because they're the tallest things around. And there are a lot of these skeletal trees, which makes for some very dramatic landscapes. For a little bit longer, I'm sure on a warm day like today, we'll have a steady stream of elephants coming to drink. In the meantime, let's send you back across to Lisa on the dam cam.
super jealous. I do hope we get some elephants of our own at Djuma today. But for now, we've got some beautiful impalas. As you can see, a lovely heron. Not too sure where the ram is. There's a youngster over there. But of course, he won't be in charge. It will be the big, impressive male. But I do suspect they'll slowly start moving into the shade, even though there is a bit of a breeze. It is fairly humid. And it's interesting when you look at the animals. As I mentioned in Okokwe, if we don't get rain again soon, then the bush deteriorates in terms of nutrition, condition, all of that. And you can definitely see it when it comes to the animals as well. For instance, this impala female that we are currently looking at. So she's not malnutritioned or anything. But you can see they are slowly losing a little bit of condition. Their coats are still beautiful though, which is also a good indicator for the most part. But you can see they are not as full as they were in the beginning of the rain season, even after they've had their lambs. So the bush is losing condition, nutrition, all of that. So hopefully we get some rain again in Djuma. And that will carry us through the winter time as well. And when I say us, of course, I mean the animals. But we are all one. We are one team. If they are not doing well, we are not doing well. I'm just hoping that they come down to the water. They might perhaps just move past the water and then head on over to the other side of Gowrie Dam. You can see they are definitely paying attention to some noises. But of course they are looking in the direction of actual camps, so they might just be hearing some Homo sapiens. Ooh, there's a dung beetle that just flew past. Oh, and just look at that lamb in the grass. Had it not been for that ram that just snuffed it out, I definitely would have missed it. Going to sound very strange, but that is literally the second time in 10 minutes that this female is using the restroom. And of course, it's natural. They have to, just like us, they have to go when they need to go. But this one in particular, in comparison to the other impalas as well, she is a little bit thinner, I want to say. Perhaps she's on a strict diet. Drinking some pills as well to help with digestion. They truly are so, so underrated. What a beautiful animal. Very common, but so incredible. So if you are ready, I have got our next Afrikaans animal anagram. So the next one is rewake valorization. It's a very weird one. Rewake valorization. And remember, it's Afrikaans, and you have to untangle that first and then tell me which animal that is. Rewake valorization. The only clue I'm going to give you for now is don't overthink it. It seems very, very tricky, but just don't overthink it. But of course, if you do struggle a bit, I will definitely give you another clue. But I think you guys will get it. And as always, you can give me the Afrikaans name. You can tell me what it is in English. It really does not matter. Just want to have a look-see around. Oh man. I always like to check this spot because the shade can be very deceiving. You never know what's hiding under there. I know Alex the other day had some lions over there. But it's always just good to check absolutely everywhere. Specifically the shady spots with something like predators. That is where they will be hiding and relaxing and perhaps just planning their next ambush. But I really am hoping for some elephants today. That will really make my day. As always, on the island, we've got some blacksmith lapwings and terrapins. Yesterday morning, we started with Betty and Terence that had a fat conversation. And right now, I'm not too sure. I don't know these terrapins and these lapwings. Oh, but what an absolutely peaceful day it is here in Djuma. The wind blowing, the water flowing. Oh, this really is the best therapy. Right, while I work on pronouncing words, I'm going to send you over to Tess so she can say good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It has indeed been a very peaceful and productive morning on this side at Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape as well. Right in the middle of this thicket are 3 cheetah boys, and we can kind of see one's face. The others are very well hidden. It's just started getting very, very hot, and so we're preparing for another hot lunchtime around this part of South Africa. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out for your adventure here this morning. Behind the camera is Morgan. And we have been following these cheetah brothers for probably the last hour and a bit, almost 2 hours, maybe even longer. And they look like they are hungry. They have been looking for food. Food has been avoiding them. And so now that the sun is coming out, it is heating up incredibly fast. And so these cheetah brothers are trying their best to hide in the shade. And they're doing a very convincing job of this. They are winning at hide and seek. We are just seeing the occasional spot or flick of a tail, and occasionally a face pops up. So a very tough view at the moment, but hopefully if we are patient, they might pop out. If they decide to sleep in this thicket though, we'll see what else we can find. Now this area that we are in is quite a mountainous area, so we're almost at the top of a crest at the moment. And I think the cheetahs are going to use this to their advantage a bit later. Down behind the tree that they're... Oh, hello, face. There's a cheetah face and some ears. And now the back of a head. I think what they'll do is wait it out here to see if animals come up to this part of the valley. And hopefully be able to find themselves some food later. Hey boy, are you moving now? Oh, he is beautiful. So we're right on the southwestern boundaries of Amakhala, which means we are surrounded by farmland. So we can hear some sounds coming from the farm next door. But luckily the cheetahs don't seem to be worried by it at all. They are getting nice and comfortable, and I think they'll probably be here for most of the day. You can see they're moving straight into the depth of those thickets. As soon as the sun is out of the clouds, it is exceptionally hot. So for them, the most important thing now is going to be shade. We were spoiled this morning with some lovely cool temperatures, overcast, misty, a bit of a drizzle even. So I think that kept the brothers moving for quite a lot longer than usual. Now the situation might change. Oh, I can see a flick of an ear again. A flack, not a flack of an ear, a flick of an ear. But they're doing a great job of hiding. So this is how easy it is to drive past many animals in the bush. Luckily, I suppose every now and then we happen to be in the right place at the right time and notice the movement. Mike, we will most commonly find that cheetah coalitions are brothers or male relatives, but you do occasionally find female cheetahs that have banded together. This is really uncommon though, so I've heard of it, I've never seen it. So female cheetahs tend to be solitary while the males form coalitions. Brothers will have a stronger bond, but it is possible for cheetahs that are not brothers to be a coalition like this coalition. In fact, the one male is a whole month older than the other two are brothers. But because of the similar age, and because they are obviously now independent, it means that they actually formed a coalition together. They bonded to each other, formed a coalition, and now they're a coalition of brothers and one other. But we call him one of the brothers. He's one of the three amigos. There's just a lot of a flicking tail there. So the flies are definitely getting more active now that it's getting hotter. They're going to be going straight for the eyes, ears, and nose of these cheetahs, for anywhere that's holding a little bit of moisture. So we're not going to spend too much longer here if these cheetahs have decided to settle, which it certainly looks like they have. You might find occasionally they'll move, so they might get up, flop over to the other side, or maybe move to the other side of the bush. Essentially, they're going to be following the shade and trying to find a bit of the breeze at the same time. And that'll kind of just help them relax for the day, so they'll do a lot of napping if they find a nice cool spot. And they'll probably spend most of the day waiting for something to come into this clearing. If nothing comes into this immediate area, you'll find that they'll get up a little bit later and start moving. They'll actively start, there's a bit of movement, actively start going to look for prey species. But at the moment, the main concern is definitely going to be shade. I'm convinced if we were to drive past here now and didn't know there were cheetahs in there, we would have driven straight past. And this is what mostly happens with leopards. They are so secretive and so well camouflaged and elusive that you'll drive past them and not know you've driven past them. I just see this vague movement through the bushes, and occasionally a bit of white, the stripes on the tail. So one of the problems the cheetahs have here, it looks like it's scratching the ground. Sorry, I'm just seeing some random movement. It looks like it's scratching the ground. Maybe trying to make a comfortable position. It's very tough to see, though, into the middle of the thicket. One of the things that the animals struggle with here, and particularly things like cheetahs, is a lot of these surrounding trees have thorns. And so you might find the grass, in amongst the grass below the trees, there's a lot of thorns. So to make it comfortable can be quite a challenge. And so that's when scratching the ground comes in handy, getting a fresh layer of sand on top, just to act as a bit of an added padding or cushion. So the cheetah boys are definitely not keen on showing their faces anymore. Where they are on the other side of the bush, there's only one on this side, but he's so flat we can't really see him. The other two have gone into the thicket. So where they are, we won't have a view because there isn't a road directly behind them. There is one, but it's a little bit further in, so I don't think we'll have a very clear view. And it's down into the valley. So I think what we'll do, if nothing has changed in the next couple of minutes, we'll leave them to enjoy their day. We can always come back later and have a look, see what they're doing, see if they've moved. We have been very spoiled with them this morning. We had a great time on our sunrise safari watching these cheetah boys as they were stalking up to some oryx and then gave up. Promptly gave up. They were spotted. And so I'm sure they're going to be looking again later. Maybe that'll be the time to come back. But other things on my agenda for today that I'd love to do, I want to go through the dune forests and see if we can find any signs of brown hyenas. I'd love to catch up with some jackals. But any form of plains game, giraffes, zebras, blesbok, gemsbok or oryx, springbuck, impala, wildebeest. So many different plains game animals out here. And of course something like elephants would be an absolute bonus. But from here I think I'm going to go straight to those dune forests and see what's around there, because it's a cooler day than usual. It's not cold by any means, but it's cooler than usual. You might find some of the animals are more active than usual, especially brown hyenas. They are normally more nocturnal, but they can definitely be active during the day. And especially on a day like today, it would be a good idea to go and have a look. Oh, that quiet is lovely. You can hear the birds. You can see why the animals would enjoy these kinds of spots to nap. Very peaceful with lots of bird calls. Luckily for the cheetah, they aren't too worried about the other noises that are quite sporadic. Okay, I'm seeing absolutely no movement at all. So I think they finally got into that stage where they're going to into a little bit of a REM cycle. So a little bit of slightly deeper sleep, which helps them kind of rejuvenate. They are still awake enough though. So wild animals have this really cool ability to get REM sleep while still being alert enough to hear and smell other things coming. So they are definitely getting some REM sleep now. It's called rapid eye movement. And we have the same thing. It's normally the phase where we start dreaming and you can see your eyelids flutter as though your eyes are moving and following movement. That's rapid eye movement. That's the deep sleep where your memories set themselves in your brain, you come up with dreams, and it helps improve your memory. So for them, it's rejuvenating them to get ready for a new day and hopefully to catch some food later. But I think we're going to leave them to that REM cycle, and I'll send you just over the hill, or 2 or 3, to Nick in Kariga to say good morning.
Good morning from Kariga, the land of the giants here, it seems like, with these elephants in the frame. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for this morning. I guess not just for this morning, as we will be going into the afternoon as well. But we started the day off beautifully. So if you were with us during Sunrise Safari, we started our morning off closer to Scotia Dam. We've now transitioned further up the ridgeline, a little bit further to the west. Weather conditions aren't quite sure what they want to do this morning. We're kind of oscillating between it being overcast and then when the sun does poke out, it's really fierce, it really burns down. So because of that, I thought I'd come to the area here and check out some of the water holes, hoping that we might get some elephants potentially coming to Mudbath, and we've hit the jackpot. We do have 4 elephants. There's another one on the left hand side who I'll pan to just now. And what a way to start our escape to nature here at Kariga. So these are 3 younger bulls, or a similar age. See, they're not fully developed yet. I'd argue differently having a look at that boy at the front there. But no, they've all got a little bit of growing to do. Probably in their 20s or so, I would say, these elephants. Remember, they live for 60, 65 years. And just doing a little bit of feeding here. You can see how that one was using his foot to loosen those grasses there, using it as like a lever, and obviously picking those grasses up and putting it straight into the mouth. Remember, for elephants, they will vary their diet throughout the year, usually in summer eating more grasses compared to the winter. Obviously in winter we're not getting rainfall, the grasses aren't holding as much nutrients. And you can see this one at the front. Now he's got some grasses and he's been slapping it around on his front legs there. And you can see how much dust and things comes off of that little clump of grass. So he's just cleaning it off slightly before he puts it in his mouth. That one in the middle there looks like he's actually got some grass right on top of his forehead there. There's always one class clown, and he happens to be the class clown. This one on the right hand side, interesting position of how he's feeding, kind of with his back right leg placed all the way forward. Actually looks quite uncomfortable. This younger bull, front left, he's clearly a happy camper with life. This grass is definitely doing the trick. Apparently that patch of grass has aphrodisiac properties in it. No jokes, he's just, you can see he lifted his tail, he had a little toilet stop there. Remember, normally for elephants, that fifth member is usually inside the body. It's internal, but when he wants to urinate, he's got to let it hang out so he can do his business. So we talked about the age of these three bulls all being quite similar. Often what you will find is younger bulls, they will clump together to join almost what we call, the terms called an askari, where younger bulls will join a slightly older bull, and you can often find 4 or 5 bulls together. So the bull on the left hand side, who I'm going to pan to in a minute, is a little bit bigger, significantly bigger and older than these three. So these three don't really pose a threat to him. Remember, close to the age of between 18 to sort of 20 years, elephant bulls will leave the herd. So testosterone levels start to increase. They start to frustrate the females a little bit. And from there, the bulls will slowly start to transition out of the herd. So they'll start by trailing 50 meters, then 100 meters, then they'll trail the herd without seeing them, following them just by scent, until eventually they just don't trail the herd anymore. So for these boys now, they're basically, between the age of 20 to 40, they've basically got to hit the gym and bulk up and get as big as possible. In order to mate with females, size matters. And these guys are just simply not big enough to take on any of the bigger bulls that are 40, 45, 50 years old. You can see this one really working that grass with his front right leg there. Remember, elephants do have 4 toenails at the front of their foot, and they will sometimes use those toenails just to clip off the grasses, act as like a little lever. But they are demolishing that little section there. But a lovely peaceful start to our day here at Kariega. A large majority of the day they will spend feeding, yes. Remember, the digestive system of an elephant is very poor. It's not great at all. Elephants only digesting about 40% of what they eat. So remember, for a big fully grown bull, he's going to be around 6 tons. He might eat around 250 kilos of food or so. Remember, he's only digesting about 40% of that. So because of that, he needs to eat and eat and eat. Obviously, that's why they eat such large quantities. So for as much as sort of 18 hours of the day, these elephants are going to need to feed. Often at this time of the year in summer, a lot of the trees and things like that are fruiting. If you go to a pile of elephant dung and you kind of push it apart and open it up with some sticks and things, you will often see whole fruit pods and things like that, seed pods, inside the dung of an elephant. Remember, it's the most well-known one is probably going to be with the marula fruits from the marula tree. The elephants love them. Of how if you sift around some elephant dung, you will see the fruit almost fully intact inside that pile of elephant dung. So really the digestive process is kind of just softened the outer casing. And that's not bad for the tree, that's how the tree disperses itself. It's a way of dispersal. That elephant dung is like a pile of fertilizer. If it gets dropped in the bush in amongst grasses as opposed to sort of on the road of where you're driving, it's got a nice place to settle itself and to hopefully germinate from there. Remember, elephants are not ruminants as well, so it's not like they can really work through the food and draw all of the nutrients out of it. Single chambered stomach, not the most efficient system in the world. And like we talked about, in summer they'll feed on these grasses, and as they dry out in winter, start to feed more on some of the trees and roots and branches and things like that. Let me see if I can take you across to this other bull that we were talking about.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So depending upon the weather, we may even see him heading back to one of those waterholes to do a bit more sort of mud bathing. Remember, it's not really common to see elephants lying down in the waterholes and the areas of mud, more gathering a lot of that mud and water and things with their trunk and throwing it over their body, which you can see he's done there. You can see it's not like it's a very consistent covering, it's quite a scattered covering of mud on the side of his chest there, or of his stomach rather. And remember, in terms of that tusk breaking off, there's a lot of dirt and things like that which will quite often get inside there and sometimes cause inflammation, which can be a little bit itchy. But for him that doesn't seem to be the case. You can see he seems to be quite happy just feeding away there. I think in the meantime, while he's taking it easy, let's send you across to Tess and Amakala and see what she's up to.
All of the big things coming out. I love it. I'm hoping for some elephants later on too. But for now, we found a really nice big group of very relaxed plains zebra and eland right in the middle. Kind of a beautiful stone color, mix of sand and stone. And this is the biggest antelope in South Africa by far. The males can weigh almost a ton, almost 1,000 kilograms. So these are massive animals. But for the most part, it looks like we have majority females here and definitely a couple of young males. But I don't see a big male here, so maybe this is just a little group of females and youngsters and sub-adults interspersed with the zebras. It's a lovely mix of dazzle and stone. Now, the one thing that is common across the board is there are just tails and ears flicking non-stop everywhere that you look. So the flies are out in force. They're hanging around us as well. But I think they've got the worst end of the stick on this one because there must be a lot of flies hanging around them. With so many animals together, all sweating, all attracting flies for that moisture, I would not like being right in the middle of this family at the moment. Oh, there's a tiny baby zebra coming out to the front. That is so small. This is one of the best seasons to be in the bush because all of the herbivores have these tiny little fluffy babies. And it's really special because here at Amakhala, all the different species hang out together. So you see this kind of mix of giant and tiny and every way, shape and form. There you go, way, shape and form of baby hanging out. There's even some warthogs moving through the back. There's just everything here. The gemsbuck were here as well. In fact, the very same gemsbuck that the cheetahs were interested in earlier. We're not far from there at all, so maybe these will go that way. Hannah, in this area, the antelope with the largest horns would definitely be the gemsbuck. I think the record for a female sat at about 1.3 meters long, which is incredibly long. That's well over my hip height. For a male, it'll be even longer. So in this particular area, the longest horn would definitely be a gemsbuck. Overall, I suppose gemsbuck will be right at the top of the list anyway, but things like sable antelope as well, as much as they have curved horns, if you measure along that curve, they're actually really, really long too. The only difference is, obviously, because of the curve, they might look a bit smaller, but they're actually thicker than a gemsbuck's horns and rounded backwards almost into a circle, almost back onto the shoulders. But we don't get those here. Those would be more in the Lowveld, further northeast from here. And so in this area, it would be the gemsbuck or the oryx. Definitely a very dangerous weapon that the antelopes have to defend themselves with. Eland as well are very well known for using their horns in defense, so definitely don't want to get onto the bad side of an eland. Zebras have adapted to have a very powerful kick because they don't have horns. They also bite really sore, so fights between zebras always look very, very below the belt, very dirty. They don't fight in a clean manner. They bite each other, they kick each other, they shove each other. They're just dust that flies everywhere. Very different to how all of the other animals in this area fight. Look at the dewlaps on those eland. That is so impressive. So a big male eland would have this massive dewlap that extends all the way from underneath the neck all the way down below the front legs and onto the chest. Massive dewlap. They would also tower above the others in terms of overall size too. Be quite a bit taller and bulkier than these. This for me is quite an interesting combination though. I think because I'm used to seeing eland on their own, or at most maybe with mountain reedbuck up in the valleys. Seeing them with zebras is quite a bit of a shock to my brain at the moment. I suppose because everything is mountainous here, everything has learned to conquer all of the different open areas on all of the surfaces. But usually you find eland mostly on rocky outcrops, any form of big hill that has a lot of rocks around. That's where you would find eland. And zebras you find in all the big open plains. And here I suppose it's a combination of both pretty much anywhere you go. So you find them together. And this is definitely a first for me. Although in the northern section a few days ago when we had the male cheetahs there before they came to this main part of the reserve, they were chasing eland around and there were mountain zebras around. But not this closely intermixed. I'm wondering, I don't actually know, do eland have a particular birthing period? Because I would imagine it's now. It should be anyway because they're herbivores. But maybe being so large, they're just over that threshold of having a predictable season. Like elephants, they can give birth year-round. Zebras, wildebeest, red hartebeest, springbuck, impala, giraffes, all of those animals tend to like giving birth around the same time at the beginning of our summer. So November, December, end of spring, beginning of summer. Just because then you know that there's an abundance of food, because it's our wet season. But for eland, maybe they're a bit big. But I don't see any little calves of the eland. And none of them look overly rounded. Okay, there's one. The one on the left that's quite large, behind the little baby zebra foal. She looks kind of rounded. But the rest of them don't look rounded at all. I need to look that up. Victor, so eland work pretty much the same as most of the other antelope species. Males actually compete for the females, so they can almost kill each other, and in fact there have been cases of them killing each other. But they have really serious fights for dominance, and the dominant male will come in and take over an existing herd, because eland are social animals. They are normally in a herd like this or in a family, and this consists mostly of females and calves, and you'll probably find one bull hanging around. And then he would have to defend the family from other males trying to come in. And so him and the other males would fight. And that harem or that herd would be taken over by the new male if he wins. So they don't actually have to impress the ladies. They just have to be the dominant male of the herd. They just have to be able to defend the herd against other males coming in to try and steal them. This one right in the middle in the front is definitely bigger in body. But the horns are thin. So that to me... Okay, I think it's a pregnant female looking through binoculars. Yes, that's a pregnant female. She's an old girl as well. Lost a bit of hair on her body and her face. Okay, so there's at least 2 pregnant cows in this herd. That's good. So maybe they do fall into the kind of almost normal birthing season. I can tell you now, the way that those eland are standing surrounding that tiny little zebra calf. I mean, that thing is still so young, it's still rust colored. It's not even black stripes yet. They're all that chocolatey brown, especially towards the bum. The way that they are standing with the wall of zebras in front, I would not want to be a cheetah or anything else trying to go for that little foal. It looks like a total wall of danger that you'd have to get through to try and get to that little one. How they're all kind of working together to keep the little one in the middle. It is the youngest of the herd by far. Okay, not so sure about that noise that was behind us. I don't actually know what that was. But this would be a serious challenge, even for lions, to come into an environment like this. So many adult zebras, and then you've got some big eland as well. It would be very tough for lions to even get into the middle. They would have to rely on the theory of chaos over here. They'd have to try and run in from every direction and hope that that's enough to make everyone split up instead of turning and facing them. Because that's a lot of power to bite back. I feel like a lot of the time we kind of feel sorry for herbivores because they end up falling prey to the predators, but in actual fact, I don't think we give them enough credit for how hardy they are. I would not run into this family if you paid me. There is so much power here. They are so brave and so strong. A force to be reckoned with. Zebras are starting to lie down. This is turning into an even more peaceful scene. It's warm enough now in the sun that it's that really comfortable level where it would make the perfect opportunity to rest. And comfortably rest for a change, not trying to avoid that scorching heat we've had for the last week. Even the eland is starting to lie down. Oh, this is awesome. I wonder if they're going to all just have a little mini nap in this open area. They are completely none the wiser that the cheetahs are just through the valley on the other side. Oh, a bit of a dispute happening. It was a youngster that was chased off there. Catherine, any eland will be most vulnerable in the very early stages of life, just the same as every other herbivore and even the predators out here. The first few months are really hard to avoid predators, so what you find is they're kind of a light sandy color, which is easier for adult eland, I suppose. It's not quite like the black wildebeest and the red hartebeest and the blesbok that have calves of completely different colors, because eland themselves are already well camouflaged. But the calf is lightly colored and it'll hide in the grass for about a month or two and follow on a few of the adventures, and then mom will leave it lying down and they'll go and feed and come back and feed and come back, and then as soon as the calf is old enough it'll follow. But those first few months are really vulnerable because, of course, it's inexperienced, it's small, it's an easier target, it's not as sturdy, and it's not as strong. But other vulnerable instances, when two males are fighting, they get very distracted. Just like with impalas, just like with zebras, they get really distracted by the fight, and so they put themselves at risk of being snuck up on a little bit easier. And also instances where, for example, there might be females giving birth. That's a very vulnerable position to be in. Or even just the herd drinking from a water source. Having your head down with your rump exposed is dangerous for any animal. So they do have to be extra careful like that. But even in the thickets, they want to be careful that they're not leaving themselves exposed or having any unnecessary weak spots. So on days like today when it's not that hot, this is when it's really nice to see them all out in the open, because they can use this open area to their advantage. They can at least see predators coming from a bit further of a distance. But that would be the same for pretty much any animal. The only advantage an eland has is it's so big. I mean, it literally weighs almost a ton. It is so big that not very many animals would successfully take down an eland. Definitely lions, and if you had a super clan of hyenas, I'm sure they would try. The cheetahs have tried, but I think more out of jest than anything. They're just trying to practice, and they were probably going for the calves, because on the northern side there are a few eland calves. But not very much else would take down an eland. They are just too big and too strong, way too heavy. I love the totally opposite behavior. So we've got, these eland and zebras that are so relaxed, and every now and then we're seeing a glimpse of a warthog mom with tiny little piglets, but she is not sticking around. Excuse me. Towards us being here. Oh, the warthogs are about to run all the way through, I think. Yes, there they come. Tiny, tiny babies. Oh, shame they scared the zebra foal. Just jetting straight through the middle. Sorry, guys, we're heading that way. And in the clear. That was very cute. Total difference in attitude. Because the warthogs are smaller, they are much more prone to every predator. So they just don't tolerate the presence of things that make them feel at any form of slight disadvantage. This is just so pretty. It's one of my favorite things about Amakhala. The strange mix of all the different animals together is absolutely mesmerizing. I could sit for hours and not get bored. Okay, I'm not the only one that has stripes though, so I suppose it is time to send you over to Ben, further up north in Madikwe, who has got stripes of his own.
Yeah, thank you, Tess. You are indeed not the only one with stripes. I'd love to say we had spots, but there are not many spots to be had up here in Madikwe. I think we've had one leopard sighting since we have been broadcasting from here with Lauren a few months ago. But there is a high lion population here, which hampers it. And also just not the habituation levels that perhaps some of you are used to if you watch our normal feeds from Djuma and other areas. But if you are just joining us this morning, a very warm welcome from a very warm Madikwe game reserve in the northwest of South Africa, close to the Botswanan border. And we also have Tess out in Amakhala, Nick in Kariega, and of course Lisa on our dam cams. It's been a nice morning thus far. We've had a few elephants having a drink. I know Nick has also had elephants in Kariega. We've had zebras in Amakhala. We've now got zebras up here, and some Gemsbok as well, I think, down somewhere. But it's a great pleasure to have you here. And of course, if you do have any questions or comments, please do send them through. Well, we're enjoying some of the open plains of Madikwe at the moment, and a little dazzle of zebra. We've got some more on our right, some impala in the distance, because Madikwe does have quite a lot of general sort of plains game here, and these are, of course, plains zebra. all swishing their tails to keep the flies at bay. There are quite a few of those little what we call wildebeest flies sort of in this area. So constantly swishing that tail to try and help keep away those little pests. And you'll often see zebra standing head to tail to each other and sort of benefiting from the other one's tail, helping them swat around the face. But not in this case. You can see a lone tambuti tree in the back. We were looking at a tambuti earlier by the little dam that we were stationed at. We stayed there for a while, and so I had one little group of ellies come down for a drink, and a couple of bulls sort of bypassed. I think they stopped and literally took a sip of water. But it is quite muddy in there because it's a seasonal pan as opposed to a pumped water hole, and elephants generally prefer those pumped water holes, but probably the presence of that water here is what is attracting quite a lot of general game to this area. And these nice open plains with lots of grass available to a specialist bulk grazer like a plains zebra. You can see that zebra's eating quite long grass there. It's one of the things that zebras can do. Their hindgut fermenter digestive system allows them to eat fairly low quality grass, whereas ruminants prefer much shorter grass for its nutritional value. Zebras, just like anything else, do have a tendency to sort of get a fright every now and again. There's actually some impala in front of us, and when we pulled up they all seemed a bit relaxed, and then we heard some snorting from the impalas, so we were wondering, was there perhaps some danger here? And then some zebras appeared from the bushes close to them, so I think again it's very, very thick when you're not on these open plains, so it's very difficult to see what's coming, and they probably heard something moving through the bushes, and just to be on the safe side let off a couple of alarm calls, but it was by no means a cacophony that you might often hear if they had sighted a predator. And then as the zebras came out of the bushes, I'm not sure what they did, but something spooked them and they came running out and doing their gas-powered thing. But everybody seems to have settled down now. But we've got 2 or 3 little groups of zebras sort of around us that we can see in the distance. These ones are nice and close to us. And there'll be individual family groups with a stallion and a few mares and a few sub-adults and foals around. But there's no territorial behavior in terms of defending a specific area in zebra, as long as the males sort of stick to their own females and don't try anything on, then it's quite normal to see large groups of zebras made up of smaller family groups just associating together because the resources are prevalent in that area. Food, water, safety are the 3 main things that any animal really needs. That one's having a bit of a scratch. You may notice they have that sort of reddish tinge to them, not to be confused with that shadow stripe, that more browner stripe in the white in between the black lines. But there is a sort of a general reddish tinge to them because zebras, like many other animals, do like to roll around in the mud, and we have quite reddish soils here, iron-rich soils. So just like the elephants and other animals, the warthogs particularly, they have this sort of predominantly sort of ochre hue that they pick up from rolling around in the sand just to help dislodge parasites and other little things that want to live on their skin, mites and ticks. This is a mare that we're looking at. When she swishes her tail, you can see the thicker, there we go, that sort of broad black stripe leading down from the anus there. That's the reproductive areas of a zebra are blackish, as their sort of skin is almost like a purple colour underneath, although there will be some evidence of the stripes on the skin, sort of actual pigmentation on the skin. The males have got that very thin black stripe at the back. I think that's the male whose head you can just see on the right there. But very difficult from head on, it is difficult to see. The other thing you can kind of look at is that the stripes of a male zebra are sometimes a bit more contrasty, a bit sort of blacker blacks and whiter whites. But other than that, you really have to lift up the tail and have a good look. A fairly large part of a zebra's day is spent feeding because they have that single stomach as opposed to a four-chambered stomach. It's not as efficient as something like an impala or wildebeest or anything else that ruminates, like a giraffe. They can eat lower quality food, but they need more of it in order to get enough energy for all of those metabolic functions to happen with a sort of a reasonable amount of efficiency. If you have a four-chambered stomach and you can extract sufficient nutrition by processing it through those different avenues, then you don't need as much food because you are benefiting or getting the maximum benefit out of what you can eat, but because it stays in your stomach for a long time, being processed by those four stomachs, it needs to be of high quality, because if you eat rubbish and you leave it in your body for 2 or 3 days, you're going to get nothing from it regardless of how often you process it. So generally speaking, zebras and other hindgut fermenters will do very well when there is a lot of food but low quality food. They will suffer when there is just not enough food to go around. There's one I think possibly about to have a roll in the road, Igor. He's just flopped down. If we're lucky, we might see some of that rolling that we were discussing earlier. Whereas a ruminant can do fine when there isn't much food around, as long as that food is of good quality. The one at the back scratching his backside as well, I think. Oh, he stopped now. Go on, I thought you were going to roll for us. Or you just taking a moment in the soft sand? And you can clearly see the colour of the soil from that termite mound behind him, so that's all been brought up from under the ground, showing you that the whole soil is that reddish colour. Melissa, I'm sure they do, but there's nothing I can think of. Sort of, it's not like a rhino, for example. If a rhino is stressed, its tail will curl up a little bit like a sort of like a curly pig's tail. Elephant, when it's stressed, its tail will sort of stick out, sort of in a fairly sort of straight line from its spine. So these are things that we know to look for when an animal is stressed. Also, obviously, the cats, particularly, their tail plays a great role in communication. But I don't know of any specific thing that they would do, or males would do with their tails during confrontation. That being said, a lot of male zebras do lose their tails in confrontations with other male zebras. Normally when one is fleeing from the other one, it's the easiest thing to grab. This one got some lip twitches this morning. It's the easiest thing to grab, and it's quite common to see a zebra with no tail, particularly the stallions. A lot of time people think that's probably from a predator, but normally that's actually from intra-specific competition between two stallions, and yeah, not unusual for a tail to be bitten off in an exchange. Remember, it's not a territorial battle over land, it'll be a battle over mating rights of females. This one was looking like a badly dubbed kung fu movie there. Maybe he was mimicking me. I was really hoping this one was going to have a roll around in the road. Zebra's also quite happy to stand in direct sunlight. There is one of these ideas that those stripes aid in thermoregulation, allowing the heat to dissipate through the black, and then obviously with that the black is warming up, and in the process of warming up it's giving off heat, and then the white reflecting the heat, creating little eddies and its own wind, if you will. And then as and when they sweat, it's that evaporative cooling that takes place on the skin, which exactly what we do when we sweat. If you go out and then there is wind, you'll feel the coolness on your body as that water evaporates. It gives off a coolness which is then picked up by the skin or absorbed into the skin. Helps to keep core temperature down. That's why some people say that you should drink hot drinks on a hot day because it helps cool you down, despite the fact that the science makes sense that a hot drink makes you sweat, which then causes you to benefit from evaporative cooling. I think it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, because if I don't want to be sweating, if I don't need to be honest, I find it very uncomfortable to drink a hot drink on a hot day. Although I know a lot of people swear by it, and my mother being one of those, so I can't comment too much. In fact, I still have half a flask of tea next to me, but it's now too hot to justify a hot drink. Igor, are you one of these people who can drink coffee in 40-degree temperatures and enjoy it?
I'd normally opt for iced coffee, but
Iced coffee would be better.
ice, then I still drink normal coffee.
I know some people do love their coffee. Not me. What you got?
Let's see if I can frame it actually.
Okay. Igor says he spotted something. I don't know what he spotted. Let's see. Something flying. Oh, look, we've got some ellies way in the distance. Good spot. Right up, halfway up the hill there. There's always stuff around, even if you don't see it to begin with. A little caravan of elephants making their way through the Thornfelt. But yes, halfway up the side of a hill. You can again see that reddish colour there, the colour of the elephants very much matching the colour of that soil you saw on the road that the zebra was lying on. A nice view from up there. Be amazed where elephants can find themselves. I've done various walks when you pretty much climb up a sort of not far off a rocky mountain and you find elephant dung on the top of it and you wonder how on earth an elephant could have possibly got its huge bulk up there. Okay, but speaking of elephants, it seems like we're not the only one who's got elephants. I think Nick down in Karichas has got some ellies as well. Hopefully a little bit closer than these ones, but good spot, Igor. Thank you for that. Let's send you over to Nick.
Righty, welcome back to Karicha. Our elephants have made their way down to this waterhole that we were talking about. This is exactly what we were hoping for. And this is the bigger of the four individuals. And he's more come down to cool himself off, I think, than anything else. He's not actively drinking all too much. I think it's more of a case that he's throwing a bit of water over himself and cooling down. You can see all the way on top of his back there is wet. He's flapping his ears a little bit just to keep himself cool. A little bit of a reflection on the water there. Not all too much. I mean, the clouds there's a good covering of it, but it's very humid today, so I'm not at all surprised that these elephants have come down to this little waterhole here. You can see all the way at the top of the frame there are some Egyptian geese walking on the top there. Elephants are dominating the waterhole here. So the younger three are just off to the side, to the left hand side, really covering themselves in mud for the moment, or water. See how he very gently there, see he was drinking that water, it looks like, how he just put his trunk just on the surface of the water, doesn't splash it all over the place and dirty up the sort of the sediment. think the water is cleaner than it looks. Remember, the surrounding soils, they are quite a brownish colour. Remember, the elephants have got very strong digestive systems, so it's not like this water is going to affect them negatively at all. Yeah, he's done a good job of covering his body there by the looks of things. So he must be a good, I'd say, 2 tons, 2,000 kilos heavier than the other 3 that we've been watching. That just looks so satisfying, throwing some water over his body like that. You can see this other one's done a little bit of cooling off with the water. A little bit on the side of his body there, nothing too substantial. He'll definitely get down to it. I think it's just really a matter of time. You can see how the sun is kind of coming out from the clouds and hiding behind it a little bit. It's amazing how much the sun adds to a scene like this. Absolutely stunning. Our other younger bulls are starting to make his way across, coming from the left-hand side. We should start to see him relatively soon. Blacksmith lapwing flying across the water there. George, it's a good question. Remember, elephants will use their tusks to help break off foliage and branches and things when they are feeding. And similar to humans, elephants will be sort of right-tusked or left-tusked, left-handed or right-handed, and having a preference in terms of breaking branches off and things like that. So potentially, if, let's say, the one that we were watching that has one tusk, if the favoured tusk was broken, you'd have to use one of those tusks, or the other tusk which isn't his preferred one. But other than that, it would more come down to as well, when they are fighting for dominance, he might be at a disadvantage compared to a bull who's got both of his tusks. But he's still going to get on with life. It's still going to be fine. It's not like it's going to affect him that negatively, that badly. He just has to try and keep it as clean as he can. You sometimes see they will spray some dust and things like that in the opening of where that tusk is, just in the effort to try and soothe it. This young one's King Kong on the top of the ridge there. This bull with the one tusk, he seems to be very chilled. It doesn't seem to be affecting him at all. Maybe that fight happened quite a while ago and it's kind of healed up fine. There's no discomfort there. He seems quite happy with life. We haven't seen him trying to shoot any water up into that opening of where the tusk would usually come out in an attempt to try and kind of soothe it. What a peaceful scene here. So in terms of what they've got, obviously it's largely water here. So it's not like it's a thick mud that's going to protect their skin very well. same time, beggars can't be choosers. They've got to take what they can get. Look at the difference in the size of the head of the two younger ones compared to that big bull. The bull's got a massive head in comparison. At his head, have a look at the forehead. Even from this distance and kind of zoomed out, we can really see that he's got some deep indentations in that forehead there. And that's one of the ways that we can use to age an elephant. You know, those factors to age an elephant will be the length of the tusks, the width of the tusks, the width of the trunk, where the tusks are, not at the bottom, but quite high up, the size of the head, how deep those indentations are, and then obviously the overall size of the elephant as well. So those are some of the factors that we would use to gauge the age of an elephant. Spending a nice amount of time at the water here. The fourth one has headed off behind these two to do a bit of feeding. So I would assume that these two would do something, or these three rather, would do something similar. But I think for now they are just absolutely loving life. It's almost like they're arranged in line in terms of who's got the longest tusk, going from smallest on the right to longest on the left hand side. And you can see those two on the right just gently flapping their ears there. So remember, that's a way that they're going to cool themselves down. The skin being thinnest there over the ears by flapping the ears like that. It's cooling that blood down, and then from there they transport that blood to the rest of the body. And that is how they will keep themselves cool. I can see our Egyptian goose are kind of just waiting on the outskirts of this little dam itself, more than likely just waiting for the elephants to move off. I think at the end of the day, size has a big say in things. Let's take you from one water hole to another. I'm going to take you across to Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. And welcome back to the beautiful Ukukuyu. As you can see, our black swarm has arrived in full now. All of the abdom stalks have come in again. And I have to say, it was not as impressive as yesterday. They came in drips and drabs, but as you can see, all of these birds that we are looking at are the abdom stalks. and they really are incredible. I don't even want to try to count them, because I think we will be busy the whole day. But just like yesterday, you can see they are all just taking it easy. Every now and again they move from the back to the front and vice versa. But furthermore, they are not actively feeding. They are more just preening, standing still. Very interesting. I thought they would all be spread out, sort of look for as much insects and creepy crawlies that they can get their bills on. These guys are just taking it easy. France, you are saying you are loving the reflection in the water. Isn't it just an absolutely beautiful scene, this? I mean, if you just look at them like this, it seems like such a plain bird, but they really are very majestic. Definitely in comparison, to some of the other storks that are not as impressive. But that being said, they are not as impressive as a saddle-billed stork, for instance, for myself. However, I have not seen this many saddle-billed storks together. But they are not like these guys. They are not gregarious. That's why we see so many of these guys together. And it's very interesting, the whole night, last night, I was wondering, I wonder where they sleep. Because they do perch in trees at night to rest. But I mean, how many trees would you need to accommodate all of these guys? Do they sort of just check into different bed and breakfasts and then meet up here in the morning? Or what is the plan? But you can see it's very odd. Some of them, every now and again, they just take off and then they come back in. We've still got some of them on the tree off to our left. And this really is also impacting the other animals' movements. Earlier on we had like 2 springbok here close to the dam camp. But furthermore, as you can see, there's not a lot of space around the waterhole for other animals. However, they don't seem to mind one another. Here we've got some springbok coming through, or trying to come through, I should say. And it's just so amazing with all of the birds calling. You can definitely hear the helmeted guinea fowl in the background. Every now and again we hear the European bee-eaters. We've also got a warbler calling. Excuse me, sorry, coming through. Pardon me. Lauren, you would like to know what is my favorite bird call? I would definitely say probably the cliche woodlands kingfisher. I really do love them. But I also love the African fish eagle, another cliche. I really have to say I love all bird calls. For me, the one I can't really tolerate is a Harida ibis. But pretty much all of them. But if I had to pinpoint one, it would definitely be the woodlands kingfisher that we are hearing so often down in the Sabi Sand. Ooh. Oh, but this reflection, it really is incredible. It makes for such an iconic African scene. Michelle, you've got an answer for the previous Afrikaans animal anagram. You are saying, is it not perhaps little black stork? Michelle, you are very warm. Very, very, very warm. So what I will do is, I will tell you it is in fact the Abdam stork. But what is the Afrikaans name for that? That became the anagram. You are definitely very close. Well done, Michelle. That was a tricky one. But what is the Afrikaans animal name for Abdam stork? And again, the more I study my home language, the more it just becomes even more confusing to me. And I mean, I've been speaking it ever since I could speak, so... But luckily, as I say, we are just delving into the animal names. If you were to study a bit more on Afrikaans in terms of, you know, the general dialect on a daily basis, it becomes very strange. And I never thought about this until I went to go work in the United States, and I had to actually explain it to people, and they would give you this look of like, we know you heard yourself right now. Did you really think about what you just said? But what is an Abdam stork? Of course, these beautiful birds we are looking at now, what are they called in Afrikaans? I promise I won't make the next one this difficult.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
It almost seems like the storks are circling those springbok, ganging up on them. But of course that is not the case, don't worry. They do get along, they're not going to eat each other. However, I did find it very interesting yesterday that they gave a lot of way. You know, this huge flock of rather big birds gave way for one jackal that came down for a drink. And again, he can pose a threat, as can any other predator. But it was just very interesting. Again, it just comes down to how do these animals know? Because a springbok is much bigger than the stork itself. A jackal is almost the same size. I almost want to say a bit smaller. And yet they knew exactly, well, the jackal might potentially be a threat. And I have to be honest, this is what I love, not only about safari and Mother Nature, but specifically with Escape to Nature. We really can just take some time and watch the animals interact, watch their general behavior, and just listen to everything that's going on around us. There's no rush to get to a sighting. We can really just sit and observe. If we see some animals, we see them. If we don't, we don't. However, Mother Nature always has a way with blessing us and spoiling us. Whether it's with some incredible bird sightings, or perhaps just some mammals, or sometimes, you know, she really does give it all to us, and then we get elephants and cheetahs and birds and general game. But I have to say, I absolutely love observing the waterholes. It really is so amazing. And really, there is something every single day that is new to myself, whether it's a behavior or new animal or new bird. I absolutely love these waterholes. I'm actually so sad I didn't get to show all of you yesterday. But here around late afternoon, I think it was about 5 o'clock, the massive flock that we had yesterday as well, which I suspect is obviously the same flock as we do now, all took off at once. It was the most incredible thing to see. Today they've really come in at drips and drabs. Yesterday they came in all as one flock. But that again just shows you, there's something different in every single day. Even if you have the exact same animal for a week long, you're going to see something different every single day. Michelle, I'm not punishing you, I promise. You got it correct. An Abdamstalk in Afrikaans is a klein swart ooievaar, which means small black stalk. So that's why I said you are very, 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 very warm. And you did very well once again, Michelle. I wonder when you sleep, because you always seem to get these correct. But thank you so much for participating, and thank you to the rest of everyone as well if you got it correct. Even if you didn't, that is perfectly fine. That was a very difficult one. Very, very, very difficult one. But that is how we learn. And ooievaar is actually the word for stalk. So in general, if you were to talk about a stalk, you would refer to as an ooievaar. Springbok, very plain and simple. Springbok in Afrikaans. What else? Oh, is that a lamb? Sorry, I think I saw a baby. Not too sure. Indeed, look at the baby Springbok. I know we are seeing this on a regular basis now, but they really never cease to be cute. They are so tiny and so innocent, and I almost want to say so vulnerable and dainty. And yet somehow they know, as soon as the adults panic, you have to panic as well, and whatever your mom does, you have to do as well. Otherwise, you might just become a meal. But from what we've been seeing recently in Ukokoyo, it seems like most of the predators are hunting elsewhere and blooming elsewhere because they have not been around in quite some time. I've also been looking for the bee eaters. I've not yet spotted them. I even scouted all of the trees in the actual camp. I have not yet seen them. I think they might just be above the camera or perhaps deeper into the tree line. It's going to be one of the extremes. And we also did have a bird of prey, but it was very far out in the tree line. I was not able to ID it. And all of my children are still safe and sound and growing up way too fast. Just look at that plumage. You can almost see they are, I think probably within the next 2 weeks, they are going to be very difficult to differentiate between themselves and the parents. Wait, why am I only seeing 5? I could be wrong, but I just see 5 goslings for now. Never mind. All of them are there and accounted for. I assume one of the other parents are just outside the water. Generally, when one goes in swimming, the other one will just keep an eye out. And we've been seeing with the arrival of all of these Abdom storks, you know, they tend to, there's the other one, they tend to just stick to the water rather. Again, I don't think they think that the storks actually pose a threat to them, but they are super defensive when it comes to their children against anything. Shame that little grebe also wants to be a part of the family. Why are you afraid, Springbok? You seem very, very hesitant. Nope, nope. If I didn't see the genitalia, I would have thought that's a woman or lady. Because for a moment there, he was super indecisive. Oh, this really is such a stunning picture. All of the stalks, the flowers, the springbok, the wildebeest, the color of the reflection of the sky. Oh man, how lucky are we to be able to observe all of these animals and just watch Mother Nature unfold right in front of us. So I've got the next Afrikaans animal anagram for us, and this one should not be as difficult as the previous one. I do apologize about that. I just wanted to make it a little bit more challenging. But the next Afrikaans animal anagram is... Do you know what it is? No, so it will be April Judge. And remember, the anagram is an Afrikaans animal name, and then you have to decipher that, and then you can either let me know in Afrikaans or English what animal that is. It is an animal we've seen today on Escape to Nature. April Judge is the next anagram. What animal is that? Oh, look at that. Oh, man. Oh, shame. Sorry, Springbok. Shame. I would feel the same if I was that Springbok. Wow, look at that. How absolutely incredible is that? And yesterday I was secretly hoping for this, some elephants to arrive and the storks having to take off. Not too sure what scared them now. It's not elephants. Perhaps they are just stretching the legs, exercising the wings and coming back for landing. Oh man, that is incredible. Same if I was that Springbok. Wow, look at that. How absolutely incredible is that? And yesterday I was secretly hoping for this, some elephants to arrive and the storks having to take off. Not too sure what scared them now. It's not elephants. Perhaps they are just stretching the legs, exercising the wings and coming back. How incredible is this? I'm really blown away by what's happening right now. And there they go again. Woo! I literally flinched for that. Harriet, you are asking why do they come back to this waterhole every day? So these storks in particular, which are Abdom storks, they follow the rain. But to be honest with you, I myself am still getting to know the dynamic because, as I said, they are not moving around, actively feeding. They are literally just preening their feathers the whole time and then they take off every now and again. So this too is a learning experience for me, Harriet. But of course, this is a very popular waterhole in general. However, it is one of 30 plus in Etosha National Park. But it's very strange. I almost thought initially, they might just want to shift position, like they want to shift up, which again, with common knowledge for the human brain, you would think, okay, well, just shift up then. But perhaps this is a way of scouting, perhaps this is a way of regrouping. I'm not too sure. I will definitely go research some footage on this, because I personally have never seen this before. It is a first for me, and that's why I say we are so lucky to do what we do, because we really do see something new every single day. But this is, I just want to take a moment to take all of this in. It literally, if we weren't educated or aware of what's going on, you would think initially, okay, well, it must be vultures, there must be a carcass, or, you know, it looks like a scene out of a scary movie where the crows come in and, you know, it's that very freaky moment. But this is just, this is amazing. An absolute first for me, and I'm just loving this. And again, this just proves to us how incredible Mother Nature is. Because it wasn't like, you know, for me personally, I would think it would be like with the red-billed quillias we so often see as well, that, you know, sort of constantly chatter and vocalize and talk to one another. But these guys didn't really make any sounds or anything before they took off. I would say the Egyptian geese were louder than they were because they got a fright. I do suspect that that poor springbok needs a new change of, or a new pair of underpants. Can you imagine that massive flock or swarm of blackbirds coming towards you? But it's just super fascinating. I'm really trying to wrap my brain around this, because it's, as I said, when they do come in for landing, they are not actively spreading out, probing the soil, looking for earthworms and locusts and, you know, all sorts of things that they can find. They are just chilling and preening themselves. I'm even referencing my bird app now, because it's I did try to do some research on this, but even the bird app itself says near midday birds take off from foraging area in flocks, often soaring effortlessly to great heights. Such flights may have thermoregulatory function, but the word may tells us that there's no proven facts or science or research as to why they do what they just did. It might be an energy saving method. However, I'm thinking, you know, if you just stand still, you're still saving energy. And it's not like there are eagles or vultures that sort of have to scout for carcasses or food moving around. Very, very interesting. So there's no actual, if you perhaps know something, let me know. As I say, this is a new bird for me. I only saw my very first one in my life last week. So seeing a flock of literally thousands is really so incredible. And I too am getting to know the dynamic about them, their behavior and all of that. But the fact that there is no actual research or science or proof as to why they do what they just did is just mind-blowing. We are literally a part of history.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
I have so many questions right now. Why? How do they know? Is it something that, just like a lot of other animal behaviors, is it something that is taught to them? Do they just see it? Do they just know it? And how do they decide? Because as I said, there was no communication. Is it just, some of them gossiping amongst each other and then all of them take off? Or how does it happen? And again! It seems to me, and again, this is just personal observation and opinion, it seems like they keep shifting. But I can't think why, because they are not actively feeding. So why are they doing that? Again, please, if you have an opinion or perhaps you know more about Abdom storks, you are more than welcome to let me know. I would love to hear from you, or if you perhaps have your own hypotheses around why this is happening, do let me know. Because again, they are not vultures, they are not birds of prey that have to scout for food, look for carcass, look for something small that they can get their claws on or their talons. That is not at all the case. They are insectivores. Oh, that was just absolutely incredible. And if you're only joining us now, these beautiful birds are Aptum storks, and they have just been coming and going, and it has been absolutely incredible. But I will keep an eye on this beautiful scene that just keeps unfolding in front of us, as well as the Djuma Dam Cam. And while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Nick, who's in Kariga.
Thanks, Lisa. Elia's doing well. I feel like your Aptum stork, I've got a theory. They flew just because they felt like it. They thought they'd just stretch the wings out, just give it a little bit of a crack, just fly around just because they can. But no, our elephant is loving life here. You can see he's now waded into the water. And he has completely covered himself. Every now and then he sucks up a little bit of that water and he throws it over his body. Every sort of 30 seconds to a minute or so. Quite sort of methodically. So our two younger bulls have moved off into the thicket behind him. There we go. There's our every 30 seconder. And the other elephant bull is just on the sidelines, kind of taking it easy, but this bull has taken center stage. Let me just pan to the side and show you. There are some impala that have also come down to drink here. So it really is all happening here at this waterhole. You can see how nervous those impala are, stretching all the way forward. You know, for them, they're going to be very careful of things like crocodiles. That's why they're leaning all the way forward like that. They've kind of just come out of nowhere, just three of them. It's not like there's a big herd or anything like that, so it's very interesting. And our Egyptian geese that we were talking about have made their way back into the water, and they're clearly not afraid of this elephant. See right at the back, right here and there as well. The geese obviously felt the heat and thought, no, let's get back into the water here. And it's just a really relaxed, peaceful type of environment here. The elephant's splashing, the Egyptian geese are just cruising. We've got two herons on either side behind the elephant, patrolling the edge of the water, looking to see if anything gets flushed out by this elephant. Kind of secretly hoping that this elephant might even go down onto his side and just really take all of the weight off of his feet and just kind of wallow as it is for a few seconds. But it's such a cool little position of what he's doing with his trunk. Check how he's using it as like a snorkel. Just the tip of it coming up underneath his tusks there, getting a little bit of air. I'll tell you what, I'm a little bit jealous of him right now. It is very, very humid at the moment, and that looks like he is just winning at life. Plain and simple. He's probably been standing in the water like that now for a good 20 minutes or so. And that seems to be the spot. I feel like midday like this, he doesn't need to be as focused on feeding and things like that. He just wants to stay cool. Remember, if he was still feeling hot, he could continue to flap those ears like the younger ones that we saw. Henry, 100%. He's found the sweet spot. He's cool. He's throwing on a little SPF 50. His dermatologist would be proud of him. And I really love how peaceful and what's the word? Peaceful and really accepting these birds are of this elephant. When he first came down to the waterhole, everybody kind of scattered, gave him a little bit of space. Now everybody's just continuing with their day as if almost like this elephant wasn't even in the water here. Left-hand side of this little waterhole, it is definitely more muddy than where he is now. You know, you can see where he is obviously very fluid water. I'm hoping that he'll head to the mud a little bit later. But we'll give him a little bit of time and hopefully he'll head across there for us later. I think in the meantime we're going to take you across to Ben, who's got a pool party of his own.
Yeah, thanks Nick. It seems like it's the order of the day, elephant pool parties. We've got a little herd coming down to drink at a place called Makacheng Pan. You have some youngsters. Oop, I think that one fell into a hole. They'll be having a little roll around in the water. They're going to be having great fun. I kind of wish we could join them. Elephants do love water, particularly these youngsters. Pinning him down, a bit of a wrestling move going on. Joanna, I don't think so, no. They look as if they are, there's another one coming to join the group. They look as if they're having an absolute blast, but it's a very warm day here in Madikwe. We're probably up into the low 30s. There are some clouds building. I wonder if we might get a little bit of a storm later this evening. But this seems to be a brilliant way to pass the time, certainly. And yes, as Nick said, little pangs of jealousy. I'd quite like to jump in there with them, but would have to be careful where you lie. You don't want to have one of those roll on top of you. See the adults, almost that one, there's one at the back who looks as sort of almost saying, right, it's time to go, and she's just waiting patiently for the little ones to finish their frolicking. Alana, that's actually a very good question. Certainly, sometimes if you've been in the pool, yes, we get water on our ears, and it's quite irritating. We have to shake our heads and sort of make some very strange, very strange movements to try and get the water out. We do often see elephants sort of fiddling with their ears, with their trunks. Whether they're doing what we do and just sort of manipulating anything that gets in there, I don't know. As far as I know, they don't have valves in their ears like something like a hippo does to control the amount of water that gets in there. So I think they must get water in there. But elephants do flap their heads around, as we know. It's a sort of a sign of dominance, maybe that, or aggression, I should say. And perhaps that sort of constant flapping to cool themselves down, maybe that has the added effect of removing any water from there. We also do know that elephants do have ear wax. I don't know in what amounts, so maybe they have a sufficient amount of wax, which is of course water repellent, to help protect them from that, because they must get a lot of dust and other stuff in their ears, so maybe the wax also plays a role. I don't know, but at least they have a trunk that they can fiddle with their ears if it does get uncomfortable. But if they do, these ones certainly don't seem to be too fussed. We've got a young teenage boy coming over to see what all the fuss is about. Let's see if he decides to join in the frivolity. What a delightful scene. Who said Monday mornings are bad, hey? There's a proper melee of elephants. If I didn't know there were 4 there, I'd be struggling to count them. It's just bodies flopping around all over the place in there. But that is what a very, very happy group of young elephants looks like. Well, 4 in the water, plus the one on the left. Oh, the big one's decided this is too much fun and he needs to be a part of it as well. Nothing wrong with regressing to your youth every now and again. Well, that is a puddle of elephants. Oh, flop, that one's gone down as well. So it's one of the teenage boys who's come over, and he sort of stood on the peripheries for a little while, and I think probably was just watching, and he's decided, no, it looks just too much fun, and he's decided to join them as well. We might be about to get photobombed by some Egyptian geese. Yes, here they come. Also coming to see what all the commotion is about. Indeed, mole elephants get FOMO, who knew? So the 2 older ones are sort of behind that bush you can see at the background. You might just be able to see their legs moving. I think they've given up trying to control this situation. I think the matriarch is somewhere behind there, and so she's been waiting for this little pool party to end for a while now, but she's being very tolerant. Oh, here comes another one to join. One from the left. Yes, this looks like fun. I'm also coming. FOMO, FOMO, FOMO. What are you guys doing? Can I play? This is the melee of elephants. Someone got bullied out. It's chasing the blacksmith lapwings away. They're full of beans now this morning. How utterly delightful. See, the females actually, I just saw them start to move off into the bushes. I think there was probably an inaudible rumble that we didn't catch, which was, come on kids, time to go. These two boys will probably hang back a little bit. We should get a little bit of pushing and shoving in a moment. And they'll join in a few minutes. They'll let the others get ahead a little bit more. We don't want to be seen walking with mum and the rest of the family when you're a teenager. That was very, very special. That's probably the best sighting that we've had so far. We've had elephants drinking and things over the last few days, but that's the first pool party that we've managed to be a part of, or a spectator of, I should say. These two seem to have relaxed. I thought they were going to have a bit of a push and a shove. There was quite a lot of energy in the air just now, but everything's suddenly gone quieter. Two-toned effect of this one at the back. Yes, thank you, Michelle. They were great entertainment. They always are. That's why we can't get enough elephants. And when they do things like that, I defy any of you who are watching that not to have been sitting there with sort of a dumb smile on your face for no apparent reason. They're just such... That's the beauty of nature. It just makes us smile. The innocence, the playfulness, the simplicity. Very, very special. And all of a sudden, order is restored at the dam, serenity rules, and you would never have known that there was about, well, I don't know, probably 8 to 10 tons of chaos about 2 minutes ago. Fantastic, that's what it's all about. It's the first time I've actually discovered this waterhole. I think it's just a little bit off the road, but there is a little 2-track leading down to it. That's the first time we have discovered this one. Yeah, Claire, like I said, they just appear out of nowhere. You see something absolutely spectacular, and then it was gone as if it never happened, just erased. But embedded in memories for as long as we can. But patience is the virtue when you're ever doing anything with wildlife, particularly filming or photography. You can't expect to get everything you want to see. I mean, a lot of these documentaries that you see on TV that are, you know, that's probably 2 years, 3 years of filming condensed into an hour or 2 hours, or 5 or 6 1-hour-long episodes. Sort of about some of those Planet Earth episodes that were on the BBC. There's little bits at the end where they sort of interviewed the people and the behind the scenes and how they achieved some of those shots. I found more fascinating, or just as fascinating as the rest of the stuff. Knowing, having a background in wildlife photography, it was very, very interesting to see just how hard they had to work and just how long it took for those to be done, and the ingenuity of having to sort of work the positions to get those shots and things they had to design. Actually, a good friend of mine, he used to be the head guide at Sabi Sabi when I was there, also an English guy. His name was Will. Will, if you're watching, hi. He went on to work for the BBC as a cameraman and actually was involved in filming some of that, and he was stationed down in the Antarctic filming the emperor penguins for about 3 months He said it was the most incredible experience, but it was so cold that he would go outside, and you have to sort of do some running around every few minutes, otherwise it just becomes too much. I mean, they were surviving in temperatures of minus 50 degrees Celsius down there with the wind chill factor taken in. So the dedication of some of these filmmakers is pretty spectacular. Egyptian geese having a good forage for something down there. Okay, so how about this for a dichotomy? We've had a herd of elephants rolling around in the water, and now we're looking at a little grebe or a little dabchick. I forget which is the correct name. I think it's a little grebe these days, and a tiny, tiny chick. From the big to the small, from the sublime to the ridiculous, we can show you everything here in Madikwe. Catch up, Mum, come back. So his little legs must be going like a million miles an hour underwater to keep up with Mum. But these little grebes, they make floating nests. Possibly, it could be there's some little sticks over to the right of the dam. There does look to be the remnants of a nest in there. I wonder if that is her nest where she has raised this little one. I'm sure she would have had more than one, but like anything else, they will be quite heavily predated upon, for anything from sort of water monitors to other birds of prey, other reptiles, I'm no doubt. And yeah, not many animals that make these floating nests, but it is a good way to keep yourself safe. A lot less predators out on the water than there is on the land. All right, but what a lovely 20 minutes or so spent at Mokgocheng Dam, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It means caves in the local language here, because there are some caves along this road. But it seems that we're not the only ones having a party. The Abdom Stalk party over in Okukoyu with Lisa is still in full force by the sound of it. So let's send you over and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, it has been incredible. The stalks just took off again, and it's literally every time I catch myself giggling at myself because they come directly towards the camera, and it feels like, you know, I'm watching a 3D movie and they're gonna come right at me. But they've been doing what they've been doing. Mel is saying we need 3D glasses. Indeed, Mel, that would be. However, I think I would fall out of my chair. Perhaps not. But it really has been so incredible, and they've been doing that thing that we've been seeing now for the past hour, where they just sort of take off. And then the interesting thing is, like we saw earlier on, you know, they'll sort of take off and then come in for landing again. But what they've been doing now is they take off in smaller groups and they break away, some of them coming to the back of the camera, and then all of them come in again. It is super, super fascinating, and I did try to do some research on it. There's no studies or research or proof or science as to why they do this. Of course, you know, if you're a bird, you're going to want to fly, because why not? But again, it's not like they are scouting for food. So perhaps it is literally just to relax, goodness. Perhaps they are just doing it for fun. I have no idea, but it has been so fascinating to watch this behavior. Just want to see. I think it's a springbok, but I do just want to make sure. Or impala, perhaps. Yes, it is 2 impalas. Rather safe than sorry. You never know. One of these days I will still look at this camera and see some movement and then have an absolute freak out again about the fact that we have some lions. But for now we are perfectly content with these beautiful birds. It has been super fascinating. As I say, I'm just blown away by what's been happening, how it's been happening. Hendrik, good morning, and thank you so much for playing along with the Afrikaans animal anagram quiz. You are saying that April Judge is a jagluiperd, and you are very much correct, which translates to a cheetah. If you had to translate that directly, it means hunting leopard, but a jagluiperd is a cheetah. And if you are only joining us now, first off, we are in the lovely Okukoyo with some beautiful Abdom storks who have been doing this for the past hour, just coming and going, taking off in massive flocks and then coming in for landing. It has been brilliant. But furthermore, if you are wondering what nonsense is this woman on about right now about jagluiperd and anagrams and things, we are doing a bit of an Afrikaans animal anagram today. So I've been giving you some Afrikaans animal names, but in an anagram. Then you have to decipher them and tell me what animal you think it is. Muzamil, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You would like to know how in the world is there enough water for all of these birds. So what's interesting about these birds in particular, they are insectivores and they are gregarious, so they do move around in groups. Sometimes you just see a couple of them, sometimes you can literally see flocks of thousands. But what is very cool about them is they follow the rain. So because it is rain season right now in Okokoyo, they have come to this area. But as I said, it's been very fascinating because what they do is they are not actively moving around and feeding. You know, you would sort of expect them to spread out like a haridar, for instance, or an egret, and constantly probe the grass and the soil looking for insects, but they are not doing that. They are constantly preening those. So I do have an hypothesis, and this is just me throwing something out there. I did not read this somewhere. I'm just wondering if that is perhaps a possibility. So because they are black, you know, the sun is of course, just like humans, you know, when you wear black, it is much hotter. I'm wondering perhaps if there are not parasites and things in their feathers that they are feeding on, because you'll constantly see them preening. Every now and again, you know, they do take a bit of water, but again, it's not like they are actively probing the soil, walking around, looking for insects and grasshoppers and all sorts of things. They are literally just preening themselves. So that's my personal hypothesis. I could be way off. If you have a different opinion or even different facts about them, please do let me know. But it has been super just look at that. That is literally the only thing that makes sense to me, because this is what they did yesterday for the most part of the day as well. They were literally just preening, and yesterday they were also not as active with taking off and coming back in for landing. So it might be that they are new to the area. They'll scouting the area and then they'll do that midday flight thing. But right now you can see they are not really feeding off the land. They are feeding off themselves. Fiona, you would like to know if they come here every year. So Okokoyo is actually one of our recent locations, so I wouldn't be able to tell you from personal experience or background that yes, they were here last year. But yes, to our knowledge, they do come every year. If it's not necessarily at this specific waterhole, because Okokoyo, this waterhole where we're at in Namibia, is actually the largest salt lake in Africa. So that is why you'll find such an abundance of animals here, such as the storks, a lot of birds of prey. Right now, not as much as we see, but elephants, oryx, eland, springbok, impala, zebras, wildebeest, black rhino. There are so many animals that live and thrive here. But of course, it is rain season, as I mentioned. Okokoyo is just a little bit more north of South Africa, so they've got a different rainfall season, which is anything generally from January up to April. So we are really hoping that it is that way this year. But again, with rain comes a lot of change in nature. We've seen that now in all of our locations this past few months. In Djuma, in Madikwe, in Pridelands, in Amakhala. When it rains, everything changes, from the vegetation to the actual landscape and topography of the area, or the look of the area. And then, of course, a lot of animals are giving birth. Rain brings forth a lot of insects, a lot of creepy crawlies, different things that are coming out that generally does not come out in the dry season. And so these birds can actually thrive. Starbuck, hello to you. You are saying they're really cool, but they're kind of freaky. I completely agree with you. As I said, specifically when they are like sort of in those thermals, in flight, and sort of coming down, they seem like vultures, which generally is a freaky looking bird. Very fascinating. It's one of my favorites, don't get me wrong. But yes, especially like this as well. I think it's the black and the white plumage that they have, but they make me think of a crow a lot, which of course is also a common species we see here in Okokoyo. But they are kind of freaky looking. But it is super fascinating. I really do hope they do it again. I'm going to do this because it literally happens when you least expect it. But they just take off. And yesterday I was joking about this. I said, oh man, I just want a herd of elephants to come down and scare them all away so they can all take off at once. But when it does happen, it is so incredible. And we didn't even need the elephants' help. But it really is super intimidating. We actually had a springbok on this side of the waterhole that was just busy minding its own business. And then that huge flock took off at once. And I think that springbok nearly had a heart attack. But as I mentioned, you can see there's a lot of brown patches coming back to Okokoyo already, which definitely indicates we will need some more rain again, because of course with the greenness and the lushness that all came in all at once, the animals were loving that. The springbok, the zebras, the wildebeest. And of course it's not just feeding off of it, it's the actual trampling on the ground as well and on the land, which also sort of, I want to say, damages it and makes it lose nutrition. Just like us, you wouldn't leave or park your vehicle on a beautifully mowed, lush green lawn every single day, because eventually that part is going to die. I think if we just observe them for a good few minutes again, they might, hopefully, I'm really crossing my fingers that they do that again. And that used to be one of my favorite things, you know, not just on the dam cams, on actual safari, being out and seeing the red-billed quillias when they sort of perch in a tree, go down for a drink, perch in a tree, go down for a drink. It just goes to show how all of the animals, birds, insects, mammals, reptiles, everything, they can have so many similarities, and yet in the same breath they are all so unique and so different. But it has really made my day just to be able to observe these guys, and they really are taking over the waterhole, which again just shows you how Mother Nature knows how to balance absolutely everything. Because if this was a general day, let's say, before the rain and everything, there would be elephants here every now and again, there'd be a black rhino, there'd be giraffes. Oh, that's something we haven't seen in a long time as well. But giraffes, impalas, oryxes, this waterhole is so active. But of course it has rained now. So it is available to the animals. The elephants, all of the other animals we see generally on a daily basis before the actual rain season. They are probably off into the tree line or in the rest of the national park, just enjoying other waterholes, other puddles, other things that may have formed. And they are no longer restricted just to come to one area, because there's enough food now in terms of actual vegetation, but also waterholes. And this is why this one is such a crucial one in the winter time, because there's a lot of salt around, which is of course a lot of minerals and nutrients for the animals, and it still has water in the winter time. Whereas now in the summertime, nothing is chasing away the storks, where generally there would be a lot of animals around here. The poor springbok are, you know, having to struggle a bit to get to the actual water, but they are not water dependent, so it's not like a dire need for them. They are going to be absolutely parched and die of thirst. And even when they do want to come down for a drink, they just sort of maneuver through the stalks and then carry on with their day. Starbuck, you are saying, you see there's a springbok coming through. You're saying that these storks have you a bit confused because you are not sure what they are doing. I know, that's what I've been saying. It's very odd. And they are insectivores, so they feed off grasshoppers, worms, locusts, you know, anything they can really get their bills on. But for now, it seems like they are literally just chilling. So this is what they'll do. This is what the books tell us that they do, is they'll sort of form groups and chill at a waterhole for the day, and then all break off into different groups again. But where? Where do they sleep? Elise, good afternoon. You are saying these storks flock, the flocks of these storks forage as single individuals over a large area, and then later they gather and regroup to rest and preen. Indeed, and you know, that's what I was just saying as well. That's what the books tell us, but isn't this just so fascinating that you would think, especially in this area where they are, this is prime area. You can imagine it has rained, it's close to water, there's a lot of minerals in the soil, which is going to provide a lot of interesting creepy crawlies. And for me personally, I would just, I would be that bird. Just completely on my own mission, have a buffet, enjoy everything that's around. But again, you can see them just preening, taking it easy. But I definitely am going to look into my hypotheses around the parasites in their feathers. Because you would think it is a very hot day. They are exerting energy when it's this hot. So for me personally, the only thing that would make sense is if they definitely get some food in their feathers as well. Food and feathers. That is what we'll call that's what we'll call this wet water hole for now during this rain season, or at least while the Abdom stalks are around. Oh, I really hope they take off again. It was just absolutely magnificent to see. No, honestly, if I was not aware of what is happening right now and I was on safari seeing this from far away, you know, coming out of the tree line perhaps, and seeing all of these birds and birds coming down still, I would definitely, you know, my initial thought would be, oh, it's vultures, there must be something around. But that is also a big misconception we have on safari is, you know, vultures coming down. We immediately think, okay, well, there must be a kill. That is not always the case. Sometimes they have to, you know, in the mornings, of course, they'll perch in trees and they actually just have to eat up for the day, and then they'll take off and sort of fly in those thermals as we are seeing these storks doing now. Because there's literally thermals high up in the air, which allows them to literally just soar. So they don't constantly have to do wing flapping, exert energy, waste energy. And I mean, if you think about it, it's probably a lot of fun. I too would rather fly around or soar around as opposed to just standing still on the ground. Especially with that many birds around me, that would not work for me. I don't know about all of you, but I can literally watch this the whole day. It is so hypnotizing and just therapeutic. Especially with the beautiful color of the sky reflecting in the water. Incredible. Well, hopefully they sit still for now, and hopefully we can still get another movement of, you know, the huge flock taking off all at once whilst we are live. But anyway, I will convince them to sit still for now, and in the meanwhile I'm going to send you over to Ben so we can see what he is up to.
Yes, Lisa, that would be pretty spectacular. I saw some of the footage from yesterday when that flock took flight, and a sight to behold, certainly. Well, whilst we can't match you in terms of stork numbers, we did have our beautiful elephant pool party a little bit earlier. Everything has returned to normal here. We've had a couple of zebra and a couple of blue wildebeest come down for a quick drink and disappeared as quickly as they arrived, but we have discovered two little young, what look like marsh terrapins, just enjoying a little bit of sunshine on this branch above the water. These are very small, difficult to give you a sense of scale just by looking at the camera, but the one on the right is the larger of the two in terms of the length of its shell, from front to back, probably about 4 inches perhaps. The one on the left a little bit smaller. But of course, being cold-blooded, enjoying this little bit of sunshine. There are some clouds that have rolled in a little bit, and we are going between bright sunshine and a lot cooler where the cloud cover rolls in front of the sun, which we are quite a fan of, as it is 12:10 in the afternoon in Africa, and it is beginning to cook a little bit. But always nice to appreciate some of these smaller inhabitants of our aquatic ecosystems and surrounding areas. There were 3 up there earlier. One of them has plopped back into the water, maybe got a little bit too warm, but this is very normal behaviour for terrapins to bask in the sunshine. Sometimes we just see them lying on the bank. Other times you even see them lying on the backs of hippos and things, or little exposed sandbanks in the middle of the water when it starts to dry up. But here in Madikwe there are no hippos. There's occasionally 1 or 2 that pop in from next door. We have the Mariko River that runs down the eastern boundary, and there are hippos in there that occasionally do little nighttime excursions into Madikwe for feeding purposes. But very, very rare to see. There are no permanent hippopotami inhabitants here, that's for sure. Oh, what you got there flopping around? Did you see what that was, Igor? Maybe a little catfish or something in the water there? Yeah, you thought maybe possibly a water monitor or another terrapin? We will have to watch and find out. Lots of foam nest frog nests on that branch as well. You may have noticed when the camera was panning across those white balls. You can see there's one, and on the right you can see where one was attached, which has since dropped off, and a few more at the back there. So after the recent rains that we have had, we've had a real spate of activity for the foam nest frogs, making those little whipped up nests, and the eggs and the tadpoles will be developing inside there before dropping into the water below. So hopefully that happens before the water subsides and dries up. In fact, that one on the right does look as if it's sort of hollowed out. So either that one has disintegrated, but normally they kind of just sort of melt away and the inhabitants drop into the water. That one looks as if perhaps it's been opened up by something, and something's helped itself to those nutritional eggs in there, or nutritious eggs that were in there. It looks like it's been opened up from the top rather than from the bottom. But very much a sign of the summer months here in South Africa when you see the foam nest frogs, and we've heard a lot of foam nest frogs calling this morning. So our three wildebeest seem to be very happily enjoying some of this short grass surrounding the waterhole here. We're quite far into the south of Madikwe at the moment and found this lovely little watering source here, one that we haven't been to yet. I see on the left there's a little baby coming into shot as well. On a nice hot day like this, it's always a good idea just to camp out next to these water holes, and rather than driving around indefinitely hoping you stumble across something, invariably every few minutes something pops into view here. On a nice hot afternoon, everything needs water and everything likes to be close to water. Oh, no, we're going to exit stage left, but you can still see that sort of tawny, fawn-coloured fur that youngster had, suggesting it's still only less than 2 or 3 months old. It will develop that darker coat with age. Yes, Ronald, some of them can be very picky. Generally speaking, though, it'll be done based on the palatability of the grass. We sort of divide it into poor, average and high grazing values based on what is in the grass and how much vegetation matter and how fibrous it is. So you want nice sort of soft green malleable grass is generally very good for the animals. They're what we call perennials, so they last sort of year after year as opposed to annuals, which only live for 1 year. Those are sort of the basic grasses, if you like, and then as they become more advanced you get the perennials. A lot of it will be dictated by if there are any chemicals in the grass. For example, we have turpentine grass out here, we have something called stink grass, and as the name suggests, they are not very palatable, so they tend to get left alone as well. But the ones that have a high grazing value are generally those perennials, the ones that will die back in the summer but still be alive. Their root systems underground, their rhizomes will keep them going through the drier winter months, and they'll spring back up in response to rain. And those are what we call the decreases, most of them, which basically means that they're the best types of grass, and if they are overgrazed or not grazed at all, then their numbers will die out. But you want sort of the perfect amount of grazing. It's a bit like the Goldilocks zone, not too hot, not too cold, just the perfect amount of grazing, and those grasses proliferate, and they are very much the favourites. So examples of those climax species, those more established grasses that are very popular, things like red grass, the white buffalo grass, common finger grass, signal grass, and there are a few others that I can't think of now right off the top of my head. But there's sort of 7 to 10 common grasses that certainly occur in the low veldt, and I've seen most of them over here, which are always chosen where possible. And wildebeest particularly are very fussy. We were talking about a little bit earlier when we saw some zebra, we discussed their digestive system. Wildebeest are very fussy, and they refuse point blank. They'd rather starve to death than eat grass which is more than about 30 centimeters tall. So this short grass around a waterhole here, which is nice and soft and palatable because of the underground water and the mineral content in the soil, the perfect grazing ground for these ruminants. You might hear the crackle of some oxpeckers around us. That's because I'm sure behind us there are some fairly open plains where a lot of these grazing animals like the wildebeest and the zebras hang out. And of course there are lots of oxpeckers, those little birds that eat the ticks and the ectoparasites off their skin, always in association. They also need to come down and have a drink. So it's quite a regular sound you hear around water holes as well, almost like a crackling of electricity. If you can only ever remember one bird call out here, that is probably the best one, because it should give you an indication that there are mammals around. Yes, there might be impalas or warthogs or wildebeest or zebras, kudus, but it might also be buffalo, it could be rhino. So always a good one to listen out for when you're on a walk. An early warning system, and it works for an early warning system for the animals too. If you are approaching a rhino, for example, or a buffalo on foot, and you get a little bit too close, the oxpeckers see you, the oxpeckers fly up off their back, and they make a lot of noise, and the animals have learnt that means there is something around that's disturbed them, and invariably the animal will stop and look up and look around to see what disturbed its passengers. Alright, we're going to enjoy these peaceful scenes for a little while longer. Send you back to Nick, who I think is still enjoying his elephants.
Definitely some peaceful scenes here as well. The elephant has been in the water for probably like close to an hour now. He is just living his best life. The Egyptian geese have had their swim around, and they have now come to the edge of the water. You can see them at the bottom of the frame. We do have another elephant here. He's kind of just resting his head on that embankment there. I guess it's probably quite comfy. Remember, for a male elephant, a lot of the weight of that elephant will be at the front of the body, on the head. Remember, the tusks will be quite heavy. This is still a young elephant. But by resting his tusks on the bank there, it's probably so nice, taking all of the weight off of his head and his neck there. For an elephant, that's probably as close as he can get to a massage. That's nature's massage right there. See, obviously he's not physically in the water, so he's flapping his ears to keep cool there. So this younger bull's had a different strategy compared to the older bull. Alrighty. We're going to take you across to Okokoyo and see what Lisa's got.
Thank you, Nick. Beautiful Ellie you have there. And it really is always so fascinating to watch them either get a massage or have a scratch or have a mud bath. No elephants outside yet. I'm just checking in with our Egyptian goose family, and of course the storks are still hanging around. They luckily have not taken off again yet. But I really do hope we'll see another takeoff before the end of Escape to Nature, because it really was magnificent. I'm just trying to look around, because this morning we had a beautiful group of zebras coming down for a drink, but nothing again yet. Ever since the storks arrived, the other animals have pretty much, the ones that have been around have stuck around, but other than that, no new activity. They really are just taking over this whole waterhole. You see, no actual feeding, just preening and cleaning themselves and pretty much just taking it easy. But I definitely think there's some method to the madness when it comes to my theory, because surely they must get something in their feathers. A bird of this size can't go, just in the morning and just in the afternoon feeding on a little bit of insects. So I think they must definitely get some sort of nutrition in the feathers by preening and cleaning. Of course, I could be completely wrong. But going the whole day without feeding doesn't make sense. I don't know, I might be wrong. And of course, we are doing some Afrikaans animal anagrams today. So the next one, if you're ready for it, the next one is abounded meshing. Abounded meshing. And remember, that is the actual Afrikaans name of the animal that is anagrammed. And you have to decipher that and tell me what animal is that. Abounded meshing. We've seen them today. Let me know what you think. And again, if it's too tricky, I will definitely throw out some clues for you. But in case you are confused, it is an Afrikaans animal name. It's not the English name of the animal. So you have to decipher it and then tell me, either in Afrikaans or in English, what do you think that animal is? Oh, goodness. That one nearly fell on its face. And as I touched on a little earlier on, you can definitely see we need some rain again. There's a lot of brown patches coming back. We are not complaining. We've been very grateful for the almost overnight transformation of Okokoyo, but there will definitely need to be some more rain. Of course, the grass is not just being fed on, it's also being trampled on by so many animals. The springbok, the wildebeest, the zebras. So in order for it to stay in this good shape and be rejuvenated, we definitely need some more rain. So we've got a question, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Nebachad Nezar. I apologize if I mispronounced that. I really do apologize. You would like to know, are there any birds of prey nearby? Because raptors usually hunt water birds near water holes. There are birds of prey in this area, yes. But in terms of, hunting water birds such as these, if you're referring to the storks, I think that will definitely be a bit trickier. But if you look at something smaller like the Egyptian geese, that is definitely possible, yes. But in terms of actual raptors that we see in and around this waterhole, there aren't that many, sadly. Every now and again we do see an eagle far off in the tree line. And every now and again we see like secretary bird or kori bustard, which also has not happened too often. Or too recently, I should rather say. But in terms of actual raptors coming to this waterhole, I myself have not seen, around the actual waterhole, have not really seen any, no. But if you are looking at these beautiful Egyptian geese, it is definitely possible for them to be preyed upon by something like a jackal or a leopard or a lion. But of course, mommy and daddy are very fierce. Very, very protective. And so they won't really, as far as they can, they won't allow that to happen. But anything is possible. Never say never. But these birds, I think it would be a little bit intimidating to try hunt one of them. These two are giving each other a dirty look. Stop looking at my children. I really cannot. I know I say this every single day, but I can't believe how quickly the plumage is coming in for these Egyptian goslings. They almost look exactly like the adults. They are getting there so quickly and they are growing up so fast. It kind of makes me sad. Just the other day they were these tiny fluffy chickadees and now they are already almost adults. Just beautiful over here today, as always. But speaking of beautiful and awesome naturalists and beautiful locations, I'm going to send you over to Tess and see what she's up to in Amakhala.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. You are a beautiful person inside and out. Such compliments today. But the zebras are looking even better than me. I don't think that's particularly hard, hey, Morgan? No. And we are down in one of the big open areas. Again, just such incredible views at Amakhala. I feel like every corner I turn, there's something I haven't seen still. And I've been here for a week. And it always surprises me how in these flats, no matter how much these zebras could choose to stick to the thickets, they are standing in the middle of the sun. And let me tell you, we were very hopeful this morning when it was nice and cool and overcast and misty. We should have known with the mist that the heat was coming. We saw it. We saw it on the weather apps. But every time the sun comes out in force here, it still kind of takes your breath away. It is so ridiculously hot. There is a mirage. Again, these heat waves just coming off the surface of the earth. It's so hot. And these zebras are in the full sun. Yeah, I finally got up. It was having a bit of a nap. And now it's having a rub on somebody's leg. So it's not even like they have a particular orientation, these zebras. So on really hot days, you'll often find animals putting their bum to the sun. That isn't even the case here because everybody's standing all over the place at every different angle. But I suppose it is very handy having stripes. Being able to deflect some of that heat with those white stripes is so important. And it's part of the reason why we see zebras in the clearings more than any other animal. The only thing that might entice the other animals out is the prospect of water or maybe slightly better food, which I could imagine here because it's a bit of a dip, so water would kind of hold a bit more in the soil, so the grass might taste a bit better. Oh, are you having a drink, baby? That's cute. Guy turns its head to the side. That is very sweet. So for the foal, it's neither here nor there where they are because it's still drinking milk. But for the adults, they do need to be fairly close to water, especially on hot days. All of these animals are going to be, they're going to be water dependent. So this little one is a bit bigger than the tiny, tiny foal we saw earlier this morning. It is a different dazzle. There are more than enough zebras here. It's mind-blowing how many zebras there are. But this one is at least a little bit older. It's a few months old, at least. But it's still got a way to go before it actually weans, so it's still going to be staying with mom. But you can see it's still got a bit of the reddish tinge kind of halfway down. I'm guessing because it suckled from the one on the right, that would be mom, but also the one to the left of it is incredibly heavily pregnant, so unless something weird happened, mom is the zebra to the right. But the other one we saw this morning looked like it may have still had an umbilical cord, it was so small. This one's a similar color though and still very fluffy. Oh, a bit of drama. Oh, a lot of drama from the pregnant cow. Not cow. She's she's definitely not a cow. The mare. That's what I was going for. The female, the mare. It's that time of the day, everybody. It is hot. My brain has melted. I'm incapable of forming sentences that make sense unless I really think about it. Morgan. Morgan! Thank you, Tulu, the lovely voice in my ear. I appreciate you guys understanding. Morgan definitely doesn't. He just likes poking the bear and stirring the pot at the same time. It's your specialty, eh, Morgan? Oh, never. Never. Never a dull moment, I can tell you that much, everybody. Morgan is a treat. If you haven't met him yet, you should. None of them are feeding. Oh, a little kick. That was cheeky. Very unnecessary. This poor thing, it's not even a full-grown zebra, it's a teenager. It's just getting pushed around, chased around, and kicked. That is so mean. That is so, so mean. Definitely some strange dynamics happening here with this Dazzle. But it sounds like Ben has found some of the heaviest animals out there. Wow!
Oh no, back. We have indeed found some more elephants. These ones are having a mud party as opposed to a pool party, it seems. Just at the side of the road there is a bit of a mud wallow there. Some of the adults have moved on, so I'm not sure how long these youngsters are going to remain, but they've been having great fun in there, arguing with each other and throwing mud at one another, just like kids do. Clustered around a little tiny puddle, a bit strange considering there's a huge dam up where we were about 5 minutes ago. We had to leave that one because there's only one way in and one way out of that dam, and there is a great big elephant bull who took exception to the fact that we were blocking the simplest path to the dam, so we had to make a hasty exit. Not that he was in any way aggressive. We didn't even know he was there, actually. He snuck up behind us, and it was only because he was actually doing some geophasia and chewing on some mud. We just heard him exhale and turned around, and about 10 metres behind us was a 6-ton elephant bull that we did not know had crept up on us. But he was very accommodating, let us reverse out of the little entrance to the dam, and we did a loop around him, and he went to go and have a drink and swiftly disappeared. So we decided to leave him alone there. It's a bit awkward there, only one way in and one way out, and with elephants in particular, always a good idea to have an escape route for yourself just in case. And yeah, just maybe a kilometre up the road we've come across this. See that one just throwing some mud onto his belly again. Yep, Oliver, the elephant's always on the move, and when you're always on the move, you get hot. So you take any opportunity you can to cool off, be that in the mud or be that in the water. And particularly the youngsters, they're always full of beans and enjoy a little bit of playful activity. We had a couple earlier that were chasing something, probably a bird that was in the grass that we couldn't see, but tearing down the road, trumpeting at some poor unsuspecting thing, which I'm sure got the fright of its life. But they do eat a lot of things, elephants, but they're also consistently moving, so they're actually not as damaging to the environment as a lot of people think they might be. Not only are they pushing over trees, which leads to microhabitats underneath them, it also allows for shorter animals to now reach the vegetation on those leaves because they have been pushed over. Remember, they don't really snap over trees very often. It's usually just sort of uprooting them, and that tree will continue to grow even if it is on its side. And they're constantly moving, so it's a good thing. Trees respond well to being pruned occasionally. So elephants are actually very good for the environment. And despite what a lot of people may think, yes, of course, if there are ridiculous numbers, they can be fairly damaging. But nature, if left to its own devices, and didn't have fences put around it, and didn't have us trying to play God to some extent and manage things the best we can. If we didn't have fences, then nature would find its balance, be that through disease or weather conditions, or droughts or floods. Life finds a way, as Ian Malcolm once said in Jurassic Park. Okay, they've moved off into the distance. Let's see if we can move up and get a little bit closer to them. But we've had lots of ellies today. Always nice to see elephants in Madikwe. And so I was very impressed, if that's the right word, or appreciative of that bull who kindly allowed us to reverse out and sort of waited patiently for us. Didn't even flap his ears at us.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
Sorry about that. It seems we have lost Ben and his ellies, but we'll try to get them back. But I'm still just observing these beautiful birds and just trying to figure out what they are doing. They have calmed down now for a bit. There are none of them in flight anymore. So they have been super fascinating. And I know I keep using that word, but it really is. This has probably got to be one of the most fascinating birds for myself that I have gotten to observe in my time, not just as a wildlife enthusiast, but as a naturalist as well. And I just want to see if I can get us an actual closer look. Of course, it's super majestic when we see all of them together in the big flock. but they truly are very beautiful birds. At least for myself, you know, I would much rather look at this than a Hadida ibis. Or listen to them for that matter. But these guys are quite, they do vocalize, but they are not too noisy, which again was so astounding to me. You know, they all knew exactly when they are taking off. Perhaps it's just sort of a reaction. As soon as some of them take off, the rest will also take off and then follow each other. But it's been super amazing just to spend some time with them. And I am so jealous of Ben's little grebe. I've never in my life seen a little grebe chick. So of course I wanted to bawl my eyes out when he saw that. But it really has been a magnificent day on Escape to Nature. We've seen some elephants with Ben. We've seen some cheetahs with Tess, of course, you know, elands, zebras. A lot of general game, I have to say, pretty much all around for all of us naturalists in the different locations. It really has been such an amazing day. And of course, all of you have been spending it with us. And thank you for that. It's always nice to know that you guys want to jump on board with us, go on safari with us, even if it's just for a little therapy session with us on Escape to Nature. I really have been hypnotized by these birds. And then every now and again they all do this, not all of them, but it's a little bit difficult to actually monitor each individual if you've got easily a flock of 1,000 birds. But every now and again we'll see a movement from one coming from the back to the front and then just cooling off the legs, drinking a little bit of water, and then they sort of move through the crowd again. Here and there you can see some of them sort of, again, they seem like they are feeding, but then they don't actually probe their bills into the soil like you would expect them to. Look at that one. Did you see what? He literally looked like he's dragging his wings. Seemed very demotivated over there. This one that is just looking up now. Whilst he was walking, he was actually dragging his wings and just sort of moving through the crowd. And again, this is also where you see the opening of the wings. This is also just to sort of get rid of some excess heat. You can imagine if you are cuddling yourself with a blankie, you're of course heating up a little bit more. Whereas if you throw yourself open, then you are getting rid of some of that excess heat. And it's the same with these birds, specifically due to the fact that they've got black feathers. You can just imagine just sort of spreading those wings are allowing them just to get rid of some excess heat. And then, as always, we've got our very loyal springbok that are still sticking around. And the interaction between these two has also been very interesting. They don't mind one another. They don't really even pay attention to one another. When the Springbok want to have a drink, they just sort of make their way through the crowd, carry on with feeding, go to lie down. Such a peaceful day in the lovely Ukokoyo that we are having. Just beautiful, super therapeutic, super serene and peaceful. But speaking of beautiful, Ben still has my favorite animal, so let's see if we can catch up with those beautiful elephants.
Julio, I'm not sure if you have come to us. I will assume you have done. Sorry, your comms broke up then, but if you are back with us, everybody, then yes, our elephants are just sort of finishing up playing in the mud now. They're disappearing behind the trees. Right, yes, I believe everybody is with us. Excellent. Sorry, everyone, our comms just sort of broke up at the worst possible moment there. But it seems that Mud Puddle has served its purpose now, and many of them are sort of drifting off into the distance. We've still got one young bull proving that he is indeed a young bull, although you will be, looks like you will be saved from that view for the moment as he disappears behind a bush, but you can see he's coated in mud after his little mud bath there. That will help protect him from this harsh African sun and make it far more difficult for parasites and other little bugs to irritate his skin, which is highly sensitive. It is covered in hairs like any other mammal, just not as densely covered as most of the other things that you see here, but that doesn't make them any less sensitive. Particularly at the tip of the trunk there and around the mouth, because remember they can't actually see their mouth with the sort of positioning of their head and the shape of their face in general. So lots of whiskers, just like a cat does around the mouth, to help make sure the trunk goes into the right place. And it is a boy. He's going to disappear off in the bushes. Let's move forward a little bit. The rest of the herd is still out in the relative open by the looks of it, but they've moved up the road about 100 metres or so. Let's see if we can get a better view of them for you. Saying before, this is the lovely thing about elephants, always on the move, so they're not doing a massive amount of damage to the vegetation. Yes, they eat an awful lot, hundreds of kilograms, or between them, tons of vegetation on a daily basis consumed by a single herd, but they cover big distances, unlike us that have a tendency to take up residence somewhere and then completely exploit an area. The elephants are always on the move, and that allows the vegetation to recover, and as I said before, it sort of benefits from being trimmed occasionally, and it promotes new growth. background, it looks like they might be slowly disappearing off into the sickle bush in front of us, but it looks like we're going to have one enjoying a scratch against what looks like an old acacia of some description, old knobthorn perhaps. Tom, it is a treat. It always is a treat. I mean, we say it so often, but it really is a treat. Him scratching his butt.
Sorry about that. We have lost Ben once again. I do apologize, but we've got no changes outside. All of the stalks are still just hanging out. You can actually see there's some cloud cover pulling in now, so I am hoping for some rain this afternoon. Not ideal for us, of course, specifically on the dam cams, but definitely will help out the environment, all of the vegetation to just once again be, but maintained and get some new condition so they can give the animals enough nutrients. Goodness. Sorry, that was difficult apparently. But furthermore, the storks are just chilling. The springbok are taking their time in terms of resting, feeding, regurgitating. So there really is not much change outside. But remember, if you have any last minute requests or questions or comments or suggestions, please do send those through. We have really had such an amazing day on Escape to Nature, and we love hearing from all of you. And of course, none of this is possible without any of you. Oh, we've got an impala. And this is what I was referring to, of course, with new life, with the grass, with the flowers, everything. It's wonderful for the animals. However, if it gets trampled frequently, every single day you've got animals feeding off of it, and you don't have any rain that comes down again, just to rejuvenate the soil and resprout the actual vegetation, then it becomes a bit drier and the vegetation loses condition. But hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully we'll get a lot of rain still, and the animals will all be happy and live happily ever after. Alrighty, I'm gonna send you over to Tess so we can see what she is up to in Amakhala.
Thank you, Lisa. We've got a really interesting scene unfolding here, and I know this is something that you would absolutely love. We've got a standoff between the males of the black wildebeest herd with one female and calf and a warthog family. And the standoff is over the most precious commodity out here at the moment, water. Now, these wildebeest are not backing down, but neither are the warthogs. You can see they kind of take a couple of steps backwards, but they keep coming closer again, and that little one is very brave. But it almost looks like the wildebeest has got a mean look on his face. He's chased them off a few times, and I'm sure it's going to keep going. They're all desperate for water. And what's sad is that the wildebeest have already had a drink. They're just standing close by and not letting anyone else come close. It's as though they're having a blinking contest or a staring contest or something. Oh, look how the little one backs away and then kind of comes forward again. Oh, the whole family is backing off and rushing forwards at once. This must be incredibly hard to handle. Imagine being so close to water on a 36 degrees Celsius day in the heat of the sun, and you can't get to within the last meter of the water because someone bigger is standing there waiting and preventing you from getting there. Carol, isn't it amazing the behaviors that we see? Oh, the little one's going in. Don't go alone. We see such interesting behaviors when we kind of sit and let the wildlife come to us. We noticed this because we were sitting with the zebras. And then all of a sudden we saw this little family of warthogs trotting in. And then all of a sudden the wildebeest became extra stubborn. They're already known to be very stubborn animals. Now this just proves they are extra stubborn. Oh, the warthog family has decided that's enough. We'll find water somewhere else. Oh, shame. That must be really hard. Only one little one left in that family. There's very small chance that that female gave birth to one piglet. I think the rest of them have slowly been taken out one by one, unfortunately. And off they go, and the wildebeest haven't moved. They're just staying at the waterhole. It looks like just one really stubborn wildebeest, to be honest. They're all stubborn, but that one is just not moving, even for the other wildebeest. It's standing in the waterhole, so no one can come close. Gautam, they are really big compared to wildebeest. So I think warthogs are underestimated a lot of the time. I really do, because a big male warthog is a tank. They are built so short and robust, but much bigger than you expect. Because black wildebeest is also not a small animal. That's over 200 kilograms. You know, that's a big animal. So a warthog is pretty big considering how big they are compared to these wildebeest. Okay, I'm hoping that that's a little bit better. So the mass of a very big male warthog will easily be able to exceed 100 kilograms. That's heavier than a lot of people. So warthogs are never to be underestimated. They are really, really big animals. Especially if you consider, that we see them a lot, but we see fleeting glimpses. I don't think we really get to appreciate how big they are until you compare them to something like a black wildebeest. And I mean, black wildebeest are mean looking. They are very mean looking. To me, these look a lot more menacing than a blue wildebeest. But I suppose your average for a warthog would probably be closer to about 60 kilograms for an average warthog out here. Sure, imagine an actual fight between the two species. That would be fascinating to watch. Absolutely fascinating. Pound for pound, I wonder who would win, because the structure of a warthog might be more robust. You're going for warthog?
The ankles.
The ankles are vulnerable. Well, maybe that's a good point. Maybe we can ask you, if there was a standoff between a black wildebeest and a warthog, one-on-one, two big males, who would you back? Who would you think would win? So the kind of weight range of warthogs is anywhere from 50 kilograms to about 125. Let that sink in. Very big. I mean, I've never seen a warthog that big, but I can imagine. But I can imagine that it definitely happens. And you look at something like a wildebeest, a big male will weigh close to 300 kilograms. So it's quite a big size difference. But, okay, so Morgan's back in the warthog. I agree with you because of the shape. Because warthogs with the tusks and with the snout and the force of the head, they could take the wildebeest out by the legs. But if a wildebeest drops its head, those horns are pointing forwards. They can lift a warthog. The classic bait and switch and then sweep out the ankles from the warthog. Okay, so the warthog would win, according to Morgan. Let me know what you think. I think pound for pound, probably a warthog is built better, but don't underestimate a black wildebeest's head and neck. I mean, look at the stance even. They look terrifying when they fight each other. Black wildebeest looks super mean compared to blue wildebeest. I'm still trying to picture a warthog that weighs 125 kilos. That is immensely big. Sure. It would take 2 people to move a warthog of that size with difficulty. Wow. That is crazy. Now, both of the animals are known as pretty stubborn, but a warthog is, I suppose, more likely to move off because it's faster, right? So it has more of an option to use the let me get away at speed tactic. But both are pretty stubborn when there's something that they want. I think the only reason those warthogs ran off is because there's this whole group of eland that's crossed behind us, and they popped up kind of behind the car, and then the warthogs looked up and ran off. And I think that combined with us being here, and the wind is an easterly wind, so it's coming from behind us and going towards the wildebeest. I think all of that combined was maybe a bit much for the warthogs. But luckily I don't think they live far away, so they'll probably end up coming back and trying to get some water a bit later in the day, maybe when the wildebeest have decided enough is enough and they don't have to dominate the water hole anymore. That one still hasn't moved. I mean, it's not going anywhere, apparently. It's just going to nap there for the rest of the day on its feet. Oh, Darcy Miller, you're on Team Warthog with Morgan. Okay. Okay. You know, I want to say just because Morgan's saying Warthog, no one else should agree with him, just because it's Morgan. I don't know, it's an interesting one. I mean, that little baby wildebeest won't weigh nearly as much as a young warthog, because warthogs are built so solidly. They're built like tanks. If a warthog ran at you, it would sweep your legs out from underneath you. I've heard of that happening. Julie Marie, you are Team Wildebeest. Okay. I like that logic, a little bit bigger. Definitely looking a bit more stubborn in this instance. Okay, it's interesting. I mean, okay, so let me tell you a story that relates to this. So one of the guides that I worked with at one of the lodges. What are you on about, Morgan? What was that noise?
What noise?
You made a weird noise.
No.
That was...
I think you've been in the sun too long.
I probably have been in the sun too long. It is a very long day in the sun. Anyway, so let me continue the story, Morgan. So one of the guides that I worked with was taking a bushwalk. And when we approach warthog burrows, because they are really fascinating to look at, what you ideally do is you walk behind the warthog burrow so that the entrance is pointing out in front of you, so you don't ever walk in front of the entrance, because warthogs go in backwards so that their tusks are facing forwards, and if they need to, they'll come out quickly to try and scare anything that's standing in front of the burrow, because of course they probably have babies in there. So you walk behind, and unfortunately, as they were walking behind, one of the younger people in the group, one of the younger guests, decided it would be a good idea to quickly step in front of the warthog burrow instead of coming around the back with the rest of the group. And as the guide was turning to say, "What are you doing? Come back this way," the warthog came out, knocked his legs out from underneath him, and he rode the warthog rodeo style, but facing backwards for a couple seconds until the warthog managed to slip through his legs and he fell face first in the dirt. So warthogs will literally knock your feet out from underneath you. I don't think they'd win against a zebra, but maybe a wildebeest isn't too far out of reach. Maybe. But all I can picture every time I hear that story is this poor dude, flat on his stomach, on a warthog's back, with his head just about up its rump, while this warthog is trying to run away from the burrow, taking him with it and then dropping him on his face on the floor. Sounds like a fantastic way to get the first taste of the bush. Literal taste. They all laughed so hard they had to go back to the lodge. They couldn't finish the walk. He was fine. He wasn't seriously injured or anything. Just a bit shocked and embarrassed, I think. Literally had his face handed to the floor by a wild warthog. Oh, that's cute. The zebras are having a little kissing moment. Everybody's bonding, trying to build up the courage to get the stubborn wildebeest out the water. Look at that. They're not brave enough. That is fascinating. So finally a little happy line of zebra bums with flicking tails having some water. The wildebeest sulking in the background. They have officially lost the battle. I think with the warthogs what happened was there were so many more wildebeest than warthogs that maybe the warthogs were just a little bit outnumbered. But for 2 adults and a tiny little piglet to take on 4 adult wildebeest and a calf, it's a literal half ratio. So 2 against 4 shows you how brave those warthogs actually were. So maybe a warthog would win. I'll have to agree with Morgan. Since we had 1 vote with Morgan, 1 vote with me, I'll change my vote and go with Morgan and Darcy Miller. I'll have to say maybe the warthog would win. I will concede to Morgan's way. Very grumpily. Wow, look at that wind is picking up. That must feel so good on their skins. So I know it seems a little strange that the black wildebeest would chase the warthogs off, but not the zebras. I think it's because of the size ratio. The zebras are a lot heavier and bigger than wildebeest. Look at them when they're next to each other like that. A zebra is much more bulky, and zebras can be really aggressive. They bite and they kick, especially if there's a foal around. They'll be super protective. So I think the wildebeest didn't really have a choice but to back down eventually, because otherwise they would have been pushed around by the zebras. Where for the warthogs, they were naturally a bit more nervous and a bit smaller, and they were heavily outnumbered. Here it's at least a 1-to-1 ratio. With the warthogs it was a 2-on-1 ratio. So I think the wildebeest had a bit of a false sense of security. If it had been 1-on-1, it would have been a different outcome. But it really has been an absolutely fantastic day on Escape to Nature. Thank you so much to everybody who joined us. Wow, what a morning. Elephants swimming, zebras all over, a standoff at the waterholes, even some fantastic birds, especially those abdom storks with Lisa. All round, thank you so much for an amazing day. I hope that the rest of the day is going to be just as good. It's still nice and bright and sunny. I'm sure the animals are going to be out for the rest of the afternoon. I believe my mouth wasn't doing what my words were doing at the same time, but that's okay. It's a hot day. Maybe that's what's to blame. But if you want to keep it wild between now and tomorrow, when we will be out again, please don't forget the Sunset Safari starts at 3:30 p.m. Central African time. And if you want to, there'll be 2 extra shows between now and then as well. But thanks again for a lovely morning going into lunchtime. Have a wonderful day from myself and the rest of the Escape to Nature crew. We really appreciate you being here. The wildebeest are coming back. I think they're going to be conquering this waterhole for the rest of today. So maybe they'll still be here a little bit later and even tomorrow. Maybe we'll see another standoff. That would be a good way to start everything off tomorrow. But thanks again, everybody. Have an amazing afternoon. Stay cool, and we'll see you soon.